Just wait, they are sharing the visual.
Yes, sir. Okay, good morning to all the participants in the centers connected to this ICT course. Today I'll be discussing about Wi-Fi, WiMAX, and a bit on 5G also, which is a future technology. So let's start with the Wi-Fi technology that we are using since last decade, right? So what are the basics of Wi-Fi and what are the intricacies of Wi-Fi technology, right? So these will be the contents of my presentation. The introduction, why do we need Wi-Fi technology? What's the purpose of this technology? A bit about its history, its origination, how it works in a network, as well as the applications and several limitations or advantages of this technology. So first of all, wireless technology, as we all know, is basically a replacement of a wired technology in which we need to access devices, we need to access the network, internet, and several other techniques to connect our devices in a wireless mode, where we do not need any wires, right? Now, this Wi-Fi term is basically a generic term. It is very much devised by the people who are using this technology. Originally, IEEE suggested the term to be WLAN, which means Wireless Local Area Network. And the standard that was developed by IEEE is 802.11. So all these standards coming under 802.11 is basically the WLAN or Wi-Fi standards, right? Now, Wi-Fi network simply connects computers or several handheld devices to the network, to the internet, to access the information available on the internet, right? And it works basically on physical as well as data link layer of the computer network architecture. Now, what is the secret behind its name? Why it is termed as Wi-Fi? Now, Wi-Fi was basically, its full form is wireless fidelity, as we can relate it with Hi-Fi also, which we use for our stereo systems. Hi-Fi means high fidelity, means high quality systems in terms of sound. So for Wi-Fi, they also termed this name, which is Wi-Fi wireless fidelity. Now, this does not resemble the working or the whole idea of WLAN or Wi-Fi technology. These two words are just to make it popular among the masses. Now, this simply resembles that one of the founding member of Wi-Fi Alliance or Wi-Fi Forum, Phil Bellinger, he suggested this term Wi-Fi, which basically doesn't mean anything related to Wi-Fi technology or Wi-Fi network. Now, the logo that we see on the devices as well as on the Wi-Fi equipments is this yin-yang logo, which simply is used to certify different equipments and different devices coming under Wi-Fi technology. Now, why do we need such a technology, such Wi-Fi wireless technology? Why do we need such a technology in our day-to-day life? Firstly, as we can currently also we can relate to this thing that we always use so many wires in our homes, in our offices to connect so many devices to our systems, such as personal computers, laptops, or certain other networking devices. Now, this basically creates a rat's nest of wires. So there is a lot of wire, lot of connections in our systems, which sometimes makes it complex to troubleshoot or maybe complex to connect it, right? Now, there are so many cables which in today's computer world also we do need such cables to connect keyboard, mouse, printers, screens, and so many other devices, right? Now, everyone needs a kind of a freedom from such wires. Now, they need connections to be wireless and they need connections to be efficient for their devices. So therefore, Wi-Fi served the purpose of making the world to be wire-free, to be wireless, to connect all the devices to our systems without the use of wires, without the complexity of wires. So the main aim of Wi-Fi are to make access to the information which is basically available on the internet easier, as well as to ensure the compatibility as well as coexistence of all the devices that we use, and eliminate any kind of complex cabling or wiring between the devices, as well as to eliminate the switches, adapters, converters, and certain other devices which are used to connect these equipments. Now, what is the idea or what is the history behind the origination of Wi-Fi? How it comes into picture, right? Now, Wi-Fi technology is based on the standard IEEE 802.11, and IEEE developed and published that standards which should be used all around the world in terms of manufacturers, in terms of equipment users, in terms of end consumers. So IEEE standardized the whole technology, Wi-Fi technology. And that was when the Wi-Fi Alliance was formed in the year 1999. And after that, they have been working year by year, coming up with new standards and new technologies with enhanced data rates or improvement in the network. Now, Wi-Fi Alliance is basically a group of companies which works on developing, on standardizing the Wi-Fi technology. As of 2009, Wi-Fi Alliance has around 300 companies, equipment manufacturers, standard companies, or maybe some other service provider companies, which are working under the Wi-Fi Alliance group towards making the Wi-Fi technology a more efficient and more improved technology. Now, manufacturers which has the membership of Wi-Fi Alliance and their products should pass the certification that is provided under the IEEE standards, they should have a Wi-Fi logo on their devices, on their boxes as well as on their equipments. Now, this is the general wireless landscape that we can observe in and around us in today's world. We have so many technologies which are mobile technologies as well as data-centric technologies. So out of which these are some of the list of wireless technologies in which Bluetooth is far most popular. Then we use satellite communication for certain other applications. Then comes the whole mobile generations, the 1G, 2G, 2.5G, 3G, even 4G in current scenario, and soon to be launched in 2020 is 5G, right? Then comes WLAN standard, which is 802.11b as well as A and G. Now recently they also launched, and we are using that 802.11n as well as AC, right, in our mobile devices as well as laptops. Then we do have fixed broadband wireless. In the next presentation, we will also discuss upon this under WiMAX technology, right? So it has fixed broadband wireless, which is BWA, as well as wireless access point, the WAP. And finally, WiMAX, which comes under IEEE standard A02.16. Now, on the right side, we can always see the distance that these technologies support to the consumers, as well as the speed under which we can use these technologies. Now, this picture or this image simply gives an idea of all the technologies that are being used under wireless data networks or wireless standards. And we have two axes. On the left, we can see the data rates, as well as on the x-axis, we can see the coverage area supported by the technology. So the narrowband WLANs are always present, but they are not very much good in providing high speed. So we can go up to spread spectrum WLANs as well as broadband, mobile services, cellular services, and to have a wider coverage in terms of thousands of kilometers, we can always have satellite communication to be in use. So this picture or this image simply gives a representation of the technologies, their coverage, as well as their data rate. Now comes the basics of Wi-Fi technology. Now we can move forward with the technology and understand in terms of its use, in terms of its structure and its architecture. Now we can remember that we do use in today's world also, and we have been using walkie-talkies in our day-to-day life, not by the general public, but in military or maybe in policing, we use walkie-talkies to communicate. Now those were the initial wireless devices that were being used and are being used in today's scenario also, which supports a very low bit rate, around 1000 bps, and it operates at 49 megahertz, which is a very low frequency as we can compare it with the current technologies. Now for Wi-Fi radios, the signal strength is very much high, as well as they can handle higher data rates because their frequency is on a higher scale. They works on a gigahertz scales, right? The most popular technology frequency is 2.4 gigahertz as well as 5.8 gigahertz, and currently people are also working on making the Wi-Fi to be available at 60 gigahertz. So very compact devices will be coming soon, will be used under Wi-Fi, right? Now, the most popular three versions under Wi-Fi technology are 802.11b, A, and G. And the latest editions are 802.11n as well as AC. Now, these two technologies, these latest editions, simply supports higher bitrate or higher data rate and certain improvements in the network efficiency as well as battery consumption. Now, coming on to the first standard, the first most popular standard that are being used currently also by us. So that appeared in the late 1999 year when the Wi-Fi Alliance was formed. This was the first standard suggested, and it operates at 2.4 gigahertz as well as supports 11 Mbps speed. That is the theoretical speed, the highest speed supported with the 30 meter of range, very small range. Now the actual speed that we can have by this standard is around 4 to 6 Mbps, and the range is around 100 to 150 feet. Now this is the most popular technology, even in today's scenario, today's world, and the least expensive in terms of equipments, in terms of consumer devices. Now there is sometimes a problem by the other technologies, other standards such as mobile phone technologies as well as Bluetooth technology, which also works on 2.4 gigahertz. So there can be sometimes interference with this Wi-Fi standard, and it can reduce the speed as well, right? Second comes the 802.11a. Now it appeared in 2001. It operates at 5 gigahertz band, which is called higher band of Wi-Fi. It is very much less popular, but these days companies and consumers are moving to this 5 gigahertz standard, 5 gigahertz band. It theoretically supports 54 Mbps, and practically it is 15 to 20 Mbps, and the range is also reduced. Range is not that much as compared to the previous one. It is far more expensive compared to the previous standard, as well as it's not compatible with the 802.11b. Then comes another most popular standard after 802.11b. It is 802.11g. Now it actually is compatible with A and B, or simply we can say it combines both these standards, previous standards. In terms of that, it supports the speed of 54 Mbps as well as it works on 2.4 gigahertz. Now this table simply gives the comparison between all the three standards that we have discussed in terms of price, in terms of range, in terms of coverage, as well as where they can be used more efficiently, right? Now this is the whole complete, or we can say almost complete list of all the 802.11 standards coming under Wi-Fi or WLAN technology, starting with this initial 802.11 as well as the versions A, B. Then we do have certain versions which are not commercially popular. Then we have discussed G. Then I also said that N is the latest edition, as well as AC, 802.11. AC is the latest one, which is being incorporated in certain devices as well as equipments, right? Now, what are the basic elements that are there in Wi-Fi networks, right? The first one is access point that we can see in our colleges, in our offices, in our homes as well. That we always have a access point as a router, as a modem that simply acts as a WLAN transceiver. So it simply connects the wired network, the wired internet line with the wireless devices that are being used in that vicinity, in that office, in that area, right? So many devices can connect to that router, that device, that access point to access the network, access the internet, right? Then we do have Wi-Fi cards. Now these cards are being embedded on our systems like laptops as well as personal computers, desktops. So these cards simply supports Wi-Fi signals to be received from the access point and to be used further by the device, by the laptop as well as computers, right? Then we have safeguards, or we can say the security shield, security level. This is the firewalls or antivirus softwares that we do need on our systems as well as on these devices, on access points. Sometimes people also installs firewalls on these access points or access routers So they provide extra security to keep the information secure as well as encrypted, right? Now, this figure simply gives an idea how a Wi-Fi network works, that most of us can also relate to it. We also have been using the technology like that only, that we have an internet connection coming from our service provider. That connection is given to the broadband modem or the wireless modem that we have in our homes or offices. And further, that can, now broadband modem can be wireless itself, or it can further be connected to a wireless router, which simply makes that wired connection to be a wireless connection. And that can be accessed with the number of devices that are being used in our offices or as well as in our homes, the mobile phones, smartphones, computers, laptops, as well as certain other entertainment devices, as well as printers and so many other things. So this is just an idea about the Wi-Fi networks and its connection with the devices around us. Now, these are some of the basic topologies which are famous under Wi-Fi networks. Now, first one is the access point based topology. Now, as the name suggests, in this topology, we do have an access point through which all the devices are connected. Now, as we can relate to the explanation of all these standards under WLAN 802.11, that they can cover a smaller area. They can cover up to 30 meter or 25 meters, right? So automatically, an access point has a fixed area coverage. So for the coverage of the whole campus, of the whole building or company, we do need multiple access points, right? So this representation, this figure gives an idea that we do have multiple access points, further which different devices are connected, and these access points are actually connected at the end with a router or a switch, so that the connection to the internet line can be made, to the fixed line can be made. So this type of topology is basically an access point connecting with the clients, connecting with the devices. Now, there is always a lap, a 10 to 15% overlap between the two access points. So that overlap simply makes our devices to select one of the access points. So sometimes if we are in this region, in the overlap region, sometimes the access points can be interchanged or can be connected alternatively, right, as per the power received by the devices from them. Next comes the peer-to-peer topology. Now, in this kind of arrangement, access points are not required. Secondly, client devices or our consumer devices, which is coming under a cell, can communicate directly with each other using the Wi-Fi connection, using the Wi-Fi technology. Now, this kind of arrangement we can observe when we use an app, like we use an app, Share It or some other apps, in which our device will create a Wi-Fi network of itself, and other devices can connect to that same network, and they can communicate, they can transfer the data within themselves. So they do not need any Wi-Fi connection, which is common, which is an access point to all the devices. They can communicate with each other right away. So it is very much useful to set up a wireless network very quickly and very easily, and then to share the information very easily. Then comes point-to-multipoint bridge topology. As the figure suggests, that when there is one access point or one transmitter, and others will be the receivers, other will act as a receiver, which further connects the devices to themselves. So in this case, it is used to connect the LAN in one building to the LAN in another building. So inter-campus, inter-office or inter-building communication is possible through this kind of arrangement, where there is a connection between multi-point receivers as well as transmitters. So there is a concept of line of sight which comes under this topology. So this line of sight simply decides the range of the communication, the range of WLAN connection. So if the line of sight is very much clear, it can support up to hundreds of meters. Otherwise, if the buildings are very much nearby and there are so many other things coming in the path of these 2 or 3 buildings, there will always be the range will always be lesser in terms of connection. Now, talking about different Wi-Fi configurations, we can categorize these into 3 main sectors, which is home, which are residences as well as apartments or the whole buildings, residential blocks. Then comes public, in which we can relate it to as hotspots, which are available in malls, in public spaces, in hospitals, or maybe some other places. And then enterprise, which is the university campus, college campus, corporations, companies, and their campuses. So these three categories can be made in which Wi-Fi configurations can be installed or Wi-Fi can be used. Now this is just an idea, just a brief representation of a Wi-Fi configuration which are being used in different sections of a city, of a small town, in different areas like residential, companies, universities, and so many other places. Now, we discussed about the devices and components that we use to access Wi-Fi. So first of all, for portable devices such as laptops, we always need PC MCIA cards, which simply connects our system to the Wi-Fi signal or Wi-Fi router. Next comes the PCI adapter that we mostly use with our systems, with our desktops, to make them Wi-Fi accessible, to make them access the access point or access the wireless technology. Then comes the USB adapter. We do have so many USB adapters which support the Wi-Fi. Either we can use them with the laptops if the Wi-Fi adapter of the laptop is not working, and that can also be used with our desktops, which makes it a Wi-Fi accessible machine, Wi-Fi accessible device. And we do have certain other devices under the category of clients. Now, under these, we can have several other adapters, several other devices, which works on different frequencies as per the technology they support, whether A, B, or G, or N, some latest technologies. So they vary as per the technology that are being used in a place, in an area. And then at last, we do need antennas. Now, antennas is the most important component for any wireless device, any wireless technology, because at last wireless communication is possible because of antennas. So we do need antennas of two categories mainly, at 2.4 gigahertz as well as 5 gigahertz range. Now, furthermore, we do have so many types of antennas which are being installed or used in those devices, in our mobile phones, laptops, desktops, as well as routers. So the most popular ones are monopoles as well as helix, and recently they are also using the microstrip patch antennas for routers as well as other devices. Now, what are some of the challenges that we may see while using a Wi-Fi technology? Now, first of all, the radio signal interface. We have discussed a bit about that there are so many technologies that are being used by us, may it be mobile technologies, 2G, 3G, 4G, as well as Bluetooth, as well as microwave ovens that are the commercial equipments. So all those technologies which are working at 2.4 gigahertz or around that frequency will somehow interfere with our Wi-Fi signal. There is always some interference with our signal, right? So there is always radio and infrared transmissions, which is susceptible to noise as well as interference by neighboring technologies or neighboring frequencies. Okay. Now, some of the interferences which are there is because of the physical world that we have, the environment that we have around a Wi-Fi access point or Wi-Fi device. Now, these can be the cardboard, the furniture in our homes, the wood walls or blocks, the firewalls, some absorbers present in our offices or rooms, and also with the electrical transformers, microwave ovens, as well as the lights, the tube lights or the different fluorescent tubes we use in our offices or homes. They somehow affects the Wi-Fi signal, right? Now, some of the applications, the most common one, as well as some of the special applications, we may also see with this image, with this figure, that there are number of applications, wide area of applications available which uses Wi-Fi technology to support some of the operations, some of the things in our day-to-day life, as well as some special applications. So we do have some military or aerospace applications which comes under Wi-Fi. There are some public transport agencies which also uses Wi-Fi in their public transport vehicles, such as buses and trains, as well as metros. And then we do have medical electronics, telemedicine. We do use Wi-Fi, as well as automotives. So many industrial and home applications we have seen, and we are seeing these things in our day-to-day life. And there are so many gaming consoles, so many LED lighting things, and so many other equipments which are being controlled through Wi-Fi. Now, we are not saying that Wi-Fi is needed just to communicate or just to access information. The Wi-Fi can also be used to monitor or to control certain devices, right? So there are so many applications in which we can control so many devices, such as set-top box, gaming consoles, TVs, high definition TVs, smart TVs we are talking about these days, right? So all these things can be controlled or can be monitored or can access the Wi-Fi connection. At last, by that they can access the internet, right? And then comes the Wi-Fi security. Now, as the connection is wireless, secondly, uh, anyone can access that connection. Anyone can easily come into picture to access that connection wirelessly. So there should be some security parameters so that that connection can be made secure, right? So as in the case of wire technology, we do have so many encryption standards, so many coding techniques. So for wireless communication, also for Wi-Fi, also we do have so many standards or so many security features. Now, some of them are service set identifier, which is SSID, which means to give an identity to our wireless device, to our wireless access point, both, right? And then we do have wired equivalent privacy, which is WEP. This is simply providing a password code to our wireless access point, to the wireless router. And then comes the wireless protected access, which has two versions, which is WPA1 and WPA2, under which also we can provide a extended security and extended encryption to our Wi-Fi connection. And finally comes a standard which IEEE suggested and developed, which simply cater to the security needs under Wi-Fi or WLAN standard 802.11, that is 802.11i. Now this standard simply is developed to support high security application, maybe in military areas or maybe some other company use, right? So WEP, WPA are simply the encryption tools or encryption protocols, which helps us to encrypt or as well as to secure, to protect our connection between the consumer device as well as with the access point. Now, WPA is simply a subset of the standard A02.11i. Now, it comes from that standard, right? And WEP is not that much capable of providing high security. So WPA replaced that standard, or it can be used rather than using WEP for our security. Now, without the SSID, people cannot join Wi-Fi. So there should always be a name, an identity given to Wi-Fi devices as well as Wi-Fi routers. So without that, no one can search or no one can connect to any Wi-Fi connection or Wi-Fi device, right? Now, what are some of the advantages? I guess advantages are very much clear to all of us. We have been using this technology in our day-to-day life, but there are some limitations and some other advantages that we may look upon here. So we always know that mobility is given by Wi-Fi technology. We can roam around in our house, in our company room, and we can use the internet wirelessly, right? Secondly, it is very much easy to install the equipment and all. Then the flexibility as well as the cost. Now, in these days, we have so many companies providing the services, providing the equipments at a very low cost, as well as sometimes they provide it as a support when we take the connections from them, the internet connection, right? So they do provide the wireless router as well as the other devices in support of that connection. Then in terms of reliability as well as security, it's not that much unsecured, or it's not that much inefficient, so we can always rely on this technology. As well as these Wi-Fi standards uses unlicensed spectrum. Now 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz band, as well as 60 gigahertz band. Now these all three bands comes under unlicensed spectrum, which means anyone can use them without taking any license. So even the companies can manufacture the devices, as well as we as a consumer can use those devices without taking any license, right? So these three bands are also called, are also termed as ISM bands, which is industrial, scientific, and medical bands. So they can be used in these areas. Then roaming is very much possible. It means we have so many routers in our campuses or in our offices. So whenever we are connected to one of the Wi-Fi connection, so if there is roaming, or we are roaming from one router to another router, so the connection is continuous. Connection is not disconnected. So it is a continuous connection which has been made with the other routers also when we move from one place to another. As well as we can always say speed as compared to the fixed connection that we have in our homes, the broadband one. it's not that much having a high speed, right? So with the Wi-Fi technology, we can always look for high speed connections between the devices. Some of the some of the limitations that we may discuss under Wi-Fi is the interference from other technologies, as well as degradation in the performance in terms of our consumer devices as well as Wi-Fi routers. Now, as we use such devices for a longer time, there is always some kind of degradation because of the use of electronics or electronic circuitry, which further degrades after a long use, right? And it also uses high power, as well as the technology has very limited range, right? So these are some of the limitations that we are experiencing with the Wi-Fi technology. So what are some of the innovations or latest products or gadgets that we can observe and we are using them these days? So first one is the Wi-Fi phone. Now this is simply a wireless device which connects with the telephone line wirelessly, and they have a camera as well as the broadband connection with them. So we can talk over Wi-Fi over the internet with the other consumers, other people in any part of the country or any part of the world. So this simply uh, comes under VoIP. Now VoIP technology is voice over internet protocol. So we are using internet to make voice calls. So this Wi-Fi phone simply enable us to have that kind of experience where we can use internet to make voice calls in any part of the world, right? Now, next is, this is also a very much popular device which is being installed in so many places these days. So we do have CCTV cameras at so many places, but this is the Wi-Fi camera which gives us the video or the pictures of a certain place wirelessly to our internet connection, and we can see or we can observe everything from our smartphones. So there are apps given along with these cameras where we can observe anything coming out of these cameras, or they are capturing, if they are capturing any video or image, we can always see those in our applications which are installed in our smartphones. So this is another innovation or advancement in terms of Wi-Fi devices. Then comes, this is a bit unpopular, mainly in India. So we do have mobile energy management system. So such device is installed near to our electronic energy meter that is being installed in our homes and offices. So this is basically installed there, and we can always observe, we can always monitor the energy consumption by our home, our company, our room, or maybe devices. So this is the smart energy monitoring or management system, which is supported by Wi-Fi. So through Wi-Fi, we can always monitor everything, right? So this is all about Wi-Fi technology. Now we can move forward with the second presentation, which is about WiMAX, which is we can always say that a competitor of Wi-Fi. It is not that much popular as we compared it with Wi-Fi, but it's being used these days, right? And it comes under fourth generation of technology, fourth generation of mobile technology. It's part of that, right? So it is simply the broadband wireless access technique, which helps us to have a larger coverage area, and in that area we can have the internet connections which is being accessed by our devices, wireless devices, and it can cater to a complete city or a town. So rather than having a connection in a small room or a building, WiMAX simply supports a larger area in terms of Wi-Fi or in terms of wireless access. Now, WiMAX is simply another standard given by IEEE under the name 802.16, and the upgrade, the 802.16 initially was the fixed wireless application standard, fixed wireless broadband access standard. Then came 802.16e in 2005, and it was termed as mobile wireless standard, and WiMAX was also termed as mWiMAX, which is mobile WiMAX, right? So mobile broadband access standard is also developed under 802.16e. Now the industry group or the alliance, as in the case of Wi-Fi also, WiMAX also has a forum, which is WiMAX Forum, under which there are so many companies again which works on WiMAX technology, WiMAX standards, WiMAX devices, and market them or develop them to be used by the end consumers. So WiMAX Forum, which is the full form of WiMAX, is a worldwide interoperability for microwave access. So is basically an industry-led non-profit corporation which was formed to just promote the WiMAX standard as well as to certify the devices developed by different companies. Now the standard family under WiMAX is basically 802.16, which is a broadband wireless wideband internet connection. Further, it supports wider coverage with wired as well as wireless connection. And wireless system has a capacity to address larger or broader geographic areas. Maybe a complete city or state can be supported by a single access point. Then comes different standards. First of all, it was 802.16, the initial one. It works on a common MAC protocol as we have in our computer networks. The initial frequency range given was 10 to 66 gigahertz, and it was a single carrier technology which works on a line of sight mechanism. Then came 802.16. There was a mistake. 802.16A, right? Next year, that is 2003, which was given the range from 2 to 11 gigahertz, which works for both licensed as well as unlicensed frequencies. And it uses the OFDM technology as well as it works on both LOS as well as NLOS mechanism. And then came the popular one, 802.16E, in which it extends the portability, it gives the mobility to the previous standard, right? Now, this is the basic comparison with all the standards proposed under WiMAX, which is the introduction year as well as the range of frequencies given to them. So for mobile WiMAX, we have 2 to 6 gigahertz of range under which we can use this technology. Then the different application areas for which this can be used. So initial ones can be used for backhaul connections. And now this latest technology can be used for mobile internet or to give a broadband access, broadband internet to the consumers. Now the initial one was working on line of sight only, and the second one works on line of sight as well as non-line of sight. And the latest one works on non-line of sight communication mechanism. Now the bit rates, we can always observe the bit rates supported by them, the channels, the channel width in terms of frequency. As we can see, the latest one, as it is a mobility or mobile technology, it supports a lower bit rate or lower speed. The standard modulation schemes, the mobility as well as the channel widths, and finally the typical radius or typical coverage provided by them by a single access point. So we may have multiple access points in a city. Now next comes the basic idea about both the categories of WiMAX. We do have fixed WiMAX as well as the mobile WiMAX, right? So under fixed WiMAX, we can have the first standard to be used, 802.16, which supports the line of sight up to 30 miles, which is around 45 kilometers, and the speed of up to 70 Mbps. So if we have a direct line of sight connection between our transmitter as well as our base station or receivers and several other devices, it can support this much. Otherwise, for non-line of sight communication under fixed WiMAX, it can support a smaller area as well as a lower speed. Then comes the mobile WiMAX, which is 802.16E standard, right? So under mobile WiMAX cloud, we do have so many devices being connected to a transceiver, a base station, under a fixed area, and it supports a very low speed, which is around 15 Mbps and practically around 10 Mbps. But we do have a mobility feature. So we can move with our devices from one place to another in a particular area, and we can always have access to the broadband. So rather than having an internet access in a room or in a building, we can always roam around in a small part of a city, or a small city can be covered with a single WiMAX base station. Now then comes the converged voice and data. Now we are saying that WiMAX is a broadband internet access technology. Now, if we are saying we can access internet, so we do have an option to support voice over internet, right? So WiMAX also supports voice and data both to be transmitted, to be communicated over the channel. So in that case, we can always have the voice calls over the internet, or we can use several softwares or several applications which supports that technology. Now this is the simple architecture coming under WiMAX standard. So we can have point-to-point as well as point-to-multipoint architecture, as we have seen under Wi-Fi also. So under point-to-point connection, we do have two base stations which are connected through line of sight or maybe non-line of sight connection, and then we can have point-to-multipoint connection, as we can see on the lower part of the image, that from one of the base station there are so many devices and homes or people which are connected to that base station, right? Now, this is again the simple idea, simple representation of having a line of sight connection as well as non-line of sight connection. So there is no direct connection between the base station and there is no direct access with one of the base station, and there is a direct access with one of the base station on another building. Now we can replace this. Now this is just the basic features that we can conclude from under WiMAX technology. In terms of flexible architecture, we do have both the options. We can either have point-to-point connection as well as point-to-multipoint connection. In terms of security, it do support, as we can see in other technologies also, it do support several encryption standards, which are AES or maybe DES or triple DES, right? We do study them under the computer networks or network security. Then we have the wider coverage because of these modulation schemes. It supports these schemes, as well as it supports higher capacity, as we have a channel width of around 5 megahertz, 7 megahertz, 8 megahertz, 10 megahertz. So we do have variety of channel widths, channel bandwidth, so under which we can support higher capacity of consumers. Then it do supports NLOS operation, non-line of sight operation. As the name suggests, WiMAX has a word interoperability. It means there are so many vendors, there are so many companies which are manufacturing the devices, equipments. So under WiMAX, they can always interoperate with each other. They can always interoperate under this standard. Then it do support portability because of the latest edition 802.16e, as well as it is very much cost effective because it's an open standard. Secondly, an international standard, and there can be a mass adoption of this standard because we can always install few BTS or few base stations in a city, in a town, so to access the broadband connection or broadband internet. So cost effective solution is one of the feature. Next one is unsolicited grant service. It means we can use this technology again, just like Wi-Fi, we can use this technology unlicensed for voice communication, for voice over internet application. So there is no need of having a license. Now under this, we are discussing about some of the quality of service parameters. So for VoIP technology, there is unsolicited grant service. Then there is a real-time polling service in terms of a network connection, which actually supports continuous streaming or flow of audio and video content or data. Then we have a best effort service in which data transfer, or either if we are browsing the web, there will be a continuous connection, or there will be a continuous flow of data between the devices. Now these are some of the applications we can see. Under private network, we can always have cellular backhaul networks using WiMAX. So on the front end, we are using 2G, 3G or 4G and their frequencies. But on the back end, when the base stations are to be connected, then we can use WiMAX to make a connection between the base stations as well as base station to the main station, main exchange. Then we have the banking networks, which can work on this WiMAX technology, as well as educational networks for public safety, as well as for offshore communication in the oceans with the ships, as well as to have a campus connectivity in a bigger campuses, in a bigger universities, and to install a temporary construction communication, or maybe to a remote area communication. You can always install this WiMAX technology temporarily, right? So for public networks, we can always have a wireless service which is given by a service provider under WiMAX technology. So a base station can be installed in a city, in an area, and that service provider may charge to the consumers for the use of that service. And we can always have a rural connectivity network under WiMAX technology. Now this is just a representation of a cellular backhaul, the first application under private use. So there is a network operation or switching center, the main center, which is connected to the telephone line as well as internet line, the wired lines, and that further by using WiMAX technology can support several cell sites or several small areas, which further supports the end user components or end users devices. So these cell sites can be connected through WiMAX network to the main station, but these cell phones or these cell devices are actually connected with the mobile technologies or mobile frequencies, which may be 2G, 3G, or 4G, right? So the in-between connection between the base stations can be based on WiMAX standard. Next come the banking networks. So banks can also use the WiMAX between their base stations and service centers or their service locations. So they have their regional office in a city or a state, which is backed up by the internet as well as telephone line. Now through the WiMAX connection, WiMAX network, they can always connect to the bank branches that they have in the city. There are so many branches at so many different locations, so they can always connect those branches to the main branch with the WiMAX backhaul network or WiMAX back frequency network. Then we can use this WiMAX technology for the educational institutions or educational networks. So if we have a university or if we have a board, educational board in a city, in a state, they can always be connected to other even schools or other offices through this WiMAX network. And furthermore, they can use the internet using the local LANs or other types of technologies. But the connection between the local office or local school or maybe some other areas, it can always be connected through WiMAX network. Then we can always connect our campuses, the different buildings and different campuses in a city through the WiMAX network. We can always have WiMAX application in the rural areas. Now, in those areas, if we are having a fixed fixed wire line provided by one of the service provider, we can connect all the devices, all the offices, or all the important locations through WiMAX networks, right? So we can always provide the internet connection through WiMAX network rather than using a wired complex nest of wires which we have to give or which we have to connect to each and every equipment or each and every building, right? So this is the general idea about WiMAX, the basic scenario, the basic use of WiMAX. Or we can always move forward with the latest addition to the wireless communication network. Now we have seen Wi-Fi, we have seen WiMAX, or we have been using these two technologies. Now 5G is also supposed to be or is proposed to be a wireless broadband wireless technology. Now it is proposed that it should support higher speeds in comparison with Wi-Fi, maybe more than that, and it should support higher mobility in terms of WiMAX as well as Wi-Fi. So it should overcome the Wi-Fi and WiMAX loopholes or drawbacks. And there are so many things which is coming under 5G, which are being developed, which are being proposed by so many research labs, so many agencies all around the world. So we can have a look about 5G technology, 5G communication standards, that how is it is being shaped, right? So it is expected to be commercially launched in 2020 or 2021. And the proposed bands of operation are no doubt the conventional bands, which are less than 6 gigahertz, which actually currently are supporting 2G, 3G, and 4G. So 5G is also supposed to be working on those frequencies only. But people are also talking about to go beyond 6 gigahertz. They're also saying that we should increase the capacity as well as we should increase the overall bandwidth of the network so that it can support more number of devices. So they are also thinking of going above 6 gigahertz, which simply enhances the capacity, right? Now this is just the normal comparison or normal evolution of all the mobile technologies that we have seen so far. So 1G, starting with 1G in 1984, then coming over to 2G, 3G, and currently in use 4G technology, which simply supports a very high data rate that we may experience up to 70 Mbps or maybe up to 100 Mbps also. It also supports the SD videos. It also supports the voice over LTE, the latest addition in LTE 4G standard, which is enhancing the voice as well as the data communication. And there are so many applications coming under each of the technology. We have seen all of all of them. We have been using SMS, we have been using MMS, we have been using video call facility. So there are so many advancements and so many addition with each of the generation. Now we can say that there is a lot of hope, or there is a lot of room to improve when we talk about 5G communication. So this was the one of the representation that was presented under 5G summit, which was held in Beijing in 2014. That was the initial year when 5G research was started, right? So they proposed that in terms of, now this the flower's inner part is simply for 4G technology, and the outer part, which is darker red part, is for 5G technology. And these are some of the features which is being supported by 4G and will be supported by 5G. So if we are talking about the user experience data rate, it means the actual data rates that we will experience. Now under 5G, we can only experience up to about few of Mbps, about 50 Mbps, 70 Mbps, or at the max 100 Mbps of speed. Now under 5G, they are targeting to achieve at least 1 Gbps. So anywhere, anytime, a user will experience a 1 Gbps download speed under a 5G network. Secondly, they are talking about the connection density. They want to increase the number of subscribers in a cell, in a mobile network. So they are talking about 1 million connections per kilometer square. Now there are in thousands, not millions, under 4G, right? Then they are talking about the end-to-end latency. It means the delay, end-to-end delay from the base station to the device. So in that case, under 4G, we have the delay around 10 to 12 milliseconds. Now they are targeting to reduce it 10 times. So they are talking about having a delay of 1 millisecond or 1.5 millisecond. Next, they are talking about mobility. If we can see that if we use 2G, 3G, and then 4G in our mobile phones, or if we are using those technologies, using the internet under those technologies, we can always observe the difference if we are moving in a vehicle or maybe in a transport vehicle. So if we are moving in a car, moving in a train, or maybe some other mode of transport, we can always observe the difference in speed or the difference in downloading speed of these technologies. So 2G being the oldest one, it supports very low speed while on the move. If the speed of the vehicle is very high, it will not download or not connect to the base station for downloading data, right? For 3G, it may support with some Mbps of speed. 4G do support, if a vehicle is moving around 100 km per hour, it do support the downloading of data at a good speed, right? But 5G is supposed to support the high-speed communication, high-speed data transmission at a rate of 500 plus kilometer per hour. Now we are talking about 500 because there are so many super fast trains, or like TGVs or bullet trains in so many countries around the world. So they are thinking of supporting the mobile network, supporting the higher data rate at such a high speed, right? Then comes the peak data rate. Now we have discussed about the user data rate. We are saying that users should experience 1 Gbps all the time. Now we are talking about the network peak data rate. Now that is proposed to be tens of Gbps, or we may say about 70 Gbps peak coming from a network. Under 4G, it is just 1 Gbps. The peak speed is only 1 Gbps, and the actual speed experienced is around 70 Mbps or 100 Mbps. So it is far more less in 4G. So they are hoping, or they are targeting to achieve many times speed or other things in terms of in comparison with 4G. And finally, the traffic volume density. Traffic relates with the data transmission, data upload as well as download. So in terms of TBPS, terabits per second, they are targeting tens of TBPS. Now under 4G, this value is very, very, very small. We can always say it is under in terms of GBPS only. So at one time, under one cell, they are targeting to support TBPS, tens of TBPS of data transmission between the devices and network. So these are some of the proposed features that is supposed to be included for 5G technology, 5G networks. And there are some 3 important things that is to be taken care of by the researchers and companies. That is energy efficiency, cost efficiency, as well as spectrum efficiency. So in all these 3 areas, 5G networks should be efficient, should help service providers as well as consumers while using the technology. Now again, a simple representation of all the previous technologies. 3G, theoretically it was supposed to support 14 Mbps, but practically it supports 384 kbps at the max. 4G, theoretically it was proposed that it should support 1 Gbps, but practically it supports 75 Mbps. Or we can say the 4G advanced version, which was released last year, the higher band, it simply supports up to 200 Mbps. That's it. But 5G, theoretically, it is supposed to support 20 Gbps and practically 5 Gbps. So let's see if the researchers or the companies are or will be able to support these much speeds. Now this chart is actually proposed by Samsung last year. So they have been testing their technology and they have achieved around 1 Gbps on a moving vehicle at the rate of 100 km/h. So they have achieved a 1 Gbps download rate with their machines and with their equipments under 5G. Now this is just a simple vision or simple representation that how 5G will help us in so many different areas. So we will see, or we are being using the wearable or flexible electronic devices, which may be a glass, maybe a foldable screen, foldable device, or it can be a foldable smartwatch or foldable bracelet. So there are so many devices which are yet to become and which are being introduced as a prototype, but under 5G they can all be used by the consumers at last, and it can always help us in the healthcare sector, in the medical applications, to have remote diagnosis, remote video diagnosis by the doctors, by the hospitals in different areas. We can always see another application area which is called mobile cloud. We are aware of the term cloud computing or cloud, but there will be another term which is called mobile cloud. Then we can always talk about, we are thinking of HD videos, right? These days we are seeing HD videos on YouTube and so many other platforms. Then we can move forward with the ultra HD or 4K videos to stream them on our mobile phones at a very higher data rate, or at streaming them at a continuous rate. Then we can always think about a word which can be attached with everything. Smart, right? We can always have smart maps, smart cities, smart vehicles, smart homes, or so many smart devices. So with 5G, with anytime, anywhere connection, all the time available connection, we can have all the things converted to a smart technology, converted to a smarter generation. So we may or we will see smarter devices, smarter equipment, smarter homes, smarter transport systems, smarter cities, right? So with the use or with the help of 5G, these all things can be possible. Now this is a simple scenario that the previous slide we have seen the all the application areas, and here we can see a small deployment scenario in a small city, that how it can be used for a healthcare service, how we can monitor our equipments, our home appliances, we can control the air conditioner, we can control the lights of our homes, right? Which comes under the smart city. And we can always have a connected car service, connected transport service. We can always observe where the public transport system is, or where the bus that is supposed to come at our route is currently located or is currently being coming. Then we can always have an ultra SD streaming service, as well as we can have a remote access service with the banks, with the government offices, and so many other things. Now this chart was actually a research done by Rappaport from New York University. So he and his team studied all the frequencies from 0, or we can say few of kilohertz till 400 of gigahertz. So they actually experimented in terms of the attenuation, that is dB per kilometer, experienced by all these frequency bands or frequency range. So we can always see the lowest levels, and there are so many peaks at certain frequencies. Peaks means there will be the maximum attenuation at these ranges. Now, most of the mobile frequencies or mobile technologies that are being used currently is less than 20 gigahertz. The consumer technologies are basically under 20 gigahertz, right? There are so many satellite communication frequencies which is above 20, but we can always see that up to 40 gigahertz, the attenuation is very less. It is negligible, right? But if we move above 40 gigahertz, the attenuation level is also increasing. So in that case, the people who are working on 5G, they are also suggesting that if currently we have a cell radius, the mobile tower cell radius of 1 kilometer, we may think of having a cell radius of only 200 meters. So we can reduce the cell radius 5 times so that the attenuation effect is reduced. The attenuation is not that much effective at that cell radius or at that frequency. So if we are thinking of going above 6 gigahertz, which may be 28 gigahertz, 32, 40, maybe 60 gigahertz also, they all are experimenting or researching on these frequencies. So if we are thinking going above, we should always think of reducing the cell radius, having more number of cell towers or mobile towers, supporting more number of users. So historically, we are using the frequencies below 3 gigahertz, or we can say below 5 gigahertz for all these mobile technologies. So now mobile industry or the mobile service providers can extend their services into higher bands, into bands above 6 gigahertz, just to gain additional bandwidth, which further provide them higher capacity, right? And the bands between 6 gigahertz to 90 gigahertz are very much important. So all of the research groups, all of the companies are actually into the research of developing equipments, developing standards, developing modulation schemes for 6 to 90 gigahertz of frequencies. There are so many bands which are being identified, and they are working on it in these days, right? They are publishing all the results also. Now, these are some of the public proposals in last 2 years that are being submitted to the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, by different countries that are working on 5G technology. So these are some of the proposed bands that they have proposed to the ITU that can be included for 5G communication, and that is to be decided in their meeting, which is going to be held in 2019, right? And these are some of the technologies which are coming under, which are being discussed under 5G, which is millimeter wave technology, which is actually going about 20 gigahertz up to 90 gigahertz, using massive MIMO technology, using more number of antennas or elements in base station as well as mobile devices, having more number of elements, using full duplex mode, as well as using multiple radio small cell networks, reducing the radius of a cell network or a cell station, having an advanced device-to-device communication, energy-efficient networking, as well as saving the cost, saving the spectrum. Then we are talking about advanced machine-to-machine technology, which is basically a part of IoT. IoT is the internet. It is the actually Internet of Things, right? So connecting everything that we are being using these days, and to develop new architecture, new modulation schemes for 5G technology. So these are some of the technologies, and this is just giving you a picture about so many research groups working all around the world, the big names which are actually working towards 5G development, and some of the companies which are also into developing 5G standards, as well as some modulation schemes and equipments. So this is all about 5G, and I think we are done with all the 3 technologies: Wi-Fi, WiMAX, as well as 5G, which is soon to be experienced by us by the year 2020. So this is all from me. If you have any query, we can. If any one of you can ask any question or query, any doubt or anything about any of these technologies.
Any query from any of the center?
Yes, sir. You have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Any of the center, any participant who have any doubt or maybe any question, maybe about 5G. If we know about Wi-Fi and WiMAX, we can always ask about 5G.
Yes, from 5 to.
Yes, so I was worried that when the beginning of IT communication to this class, that to cover be needing sub 6 gigabyte bands. And for
Excuse me, kindly come forward to the system, then we can hear you properly.
The sound is not audible. You can come towards the mic and
the audible now, sir?
No, ma'am, you have to come near to the system as this external mic is not.
it's not audible actually. It's having a more echo from the room. If you can come closer to the system, maybe it can be clearer.
So just now you discussed, am I audible right now?
Yes, right,
You discussed that for the coverage we'll be needing sub gigahertz, 6 gigahertz bands, and
right,
the
right,
for the capacity will be needing giga bands above 6 gigahertz.
right.
That point is not clear to me that for coverage we'll be taking this and for capacity we'll be taking bands above 6 gigahertz.
Actually, if, with a simple relation or with a simple concept in mobile communication or any kind of communication, we can always observe that frequencies at lower end or at the lower spectrum do support longer distances, do propagate longer distances, right? And frequencies which are higher, they are not that much capable of covering more area or having a higher coverage. So if we are saying about frequencies below 4 gigahertz that are currently being used by so many technologies, they support longer or higher coverage areas, larger coverage areas. And if we are talking about frequencies above 6 gigahertz, that may be 10, 20, or 40, as we move up in the spectrum, the coverage area is not as compared to the lower spectrum, right? So lower frequencies will support coverage or will enhance coverage as being done currently by 2G, 3G, or 4G frequencies. Same like that. And frequencies above 6 gigahertz, because they will be having larger bandwidth. They will be having bandwidth in terms of gigahertz also at some bands. So they will support higher capacity as well as higher data rate.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other question at your center?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, I am calling from PIET PITE.
Right.
Can you explain the effect of jitter and latency on 3G and 4G and how this can be reduced by the technique, sir?
The effect of jitter or latency, right?
Yes, sir. Effect of jitter and latency on 3G and 4G, sir.
Yeah, we have been experiencing all these effects or all these things, defects or drawbacks under the 3G as well as 4G. No doubt, these technologies or these generations are continuously in development. As we can see that every generation takes around 10 years to be upgraded, right? So every generation is being introduced after every 10 years. So in those 10 years of span, the technologies are being developed continuously. So we have seen the upgrade of 4G last year only. Another band was introduced, which is called LTE Advanced, right?
Yes,
So that is at 3.5 gigahertz. So under that, they are always trying to reduce the latency as well as jitter effects uh, uh, in these generation. But under 5G, they are working on new architecture, new protocols, as well as new modulation schemes. No, which should reduce the latency all over again, right? They should reduce the latency as well as jitters with the help of new modulation schemes as well as new coding schemes as well as new architecture or protocol structure. So they are thinking of completely changing the whole scenario, whole architecture under 5G.
mean in 5G, jitter and latency will disappear, sir. Huh?
They will be somehow at least 5 to 8 times lesser than that we are observing or we are experiencing, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more question from any of the centers?
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir.
Sir, I am from Government Polytechnic Gate.
Okay.
Sir, as we all know, in terms of Wi-Fi modems, the security concerns are more important.
Right.
We are providing the users with some passwords, but as we all know, there are some password tracker softwares available in the market. Then, how to increase the security level in terms of Wi-Fi modems?
Now this is a common.
Hello, sir, it is audible. Hello. Yes, sir. Hello, sir, it is audible to you.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Now
Hello. Yeah. So am I audible now? Right.
Yes. Sir, can I
So
ask a question?
about the security that you have asked about the security uh, problem that we have with our routers and with the so many apps available to crack those passwords. Now, the developers or the manufacturers have provided different protocols or different standards encryption schemes, that is WEP or WPA, WPA2, in which we can always insert a key, right? We do insert that key or that login key, but sometimes there are techniques or things which can be used to crack that key, right? Now, in that case, we can always opt for a more secure password. We can always opt for a password which is a mixture of alphabets as well as numeric as well as special characters. Now, that is a bit difficult for any app or any hacker to crack that thing, right? They have so many techniques or so many things which they use to crack the password. Now, if the password is a mixture of, or is a longer password, is a mixture of alphabets, numerics, all caps, small caps, as well as some special characters, it is a bit difficult for any of the user to crack such passwords, right? So this is one of the remedy that we can use on our end. But of course, there are so many other things, other encryption software that can be used along with the Wi-Fi router to actually secure the connection or to actually secure our Wi-Fi uh, broadband connection.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any more questions from any of the centers?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, actually, I want to ask, in the last, you have given a table between the
Right.
propagation delay, yeah, that, and this attenuation and this. When you go
Right.
towards,
The
yeah,
chart. Right.
that, yeah, chart, that in this, like, if you go beyond 6 gigahertz, the attenuation is less.
Up to 40 gigahertz, the attenuation is around 0.1 dB per kilometer. Is not that much of a worry for any of the technology. But
Yes.
if we go beyond 40 gigahertz, and if you can see, I'll share the slides. If you can see
Yes.
at 60 gigahertz, we have the maximum attenuation above 10 dB per kilometer.
Yes.
So people are also working on 60 gigahertz for 5G. They are also developing certain standards, but they are also thinking of reducing the radius of a cell tower. So
Yes.
if we are thinking of having a attenuation of 10 dB per kilometer, if we reduce the radius to be 200 meter, the
60
attenuation
to,
reduces to 2 dB per kilometer, right? By calculation, it is only 2 dB per kilometer.
that is
Now,
60 to 100.
at 60 gigahertz, right?
60 to 100, you
So,
have more. If you make the circle, that circle 60 to 100, if I'm not wrong.
for which, sorry?
60 to 100 gigahertz.
Okay, so for 60 to 100 gigahertz,
Yes,
again,
yes.
we can see a drop. We can always use those technologies. But the researchers also have to think about the equipments or the devices that they have to manufacture at that technology. So for frequencies of 60 gigahertz, 80 gigahertz, or 90 gigahertz, they should move to the IC technology. They should develop antennas and other communication system in IC technology. So there is a huge step that they had to take while we are talking about smartphones, and that smartphone has to be cheap. They should not be expensive for 5G, right? They has to be cheap. So they should move to IC technology for higher bands. So therefore, Samsung and so many other companies are actually focusing at 28 gigahertz and 38 gigahertz. They are actually developing their systems in these two bands. Actually, they are more popular, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other presenter have any question or query?
Any more questions?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
What is the difference between line of sight and no line of sight? But
Sir, giving a basic example, if you have two buildings or three buildings in your campus, so having a base station on one of the building, and the other two buildings are such that the third building is actually behind this second one, right? So if we have three building scenario, the first building has the base station, second building is in direct line of sight or in direct vision of the first building, and the third building is behind second building. So in that case, the third building will have a no line of sight connection, and the second building will have a direct line of sight connection with the base station. So this is just a basic example of that.
which is the antenna used in line of sight and non line of sight?
Sir, antenna is same, base station is same. The mechanism or the access method is different. The access.
So, sir, which type of line of sight or non line of sight? Which type of technology we are working on today?
Basically, if we see think or if we say about technologies, we may have WiMAX as well as our mobile technologies, which uses these things. Like in towers, we if we can see in our cell towers, mobile towers, which uses 2G, 3G as well as 4G these days, they all have the dish antennas along with the horizontal or longer antennas, right? Now those longer or the horizontal antennas are basically for providing coverage, and those dish antennas are giving the connection with the main exchange or connection in between the base stations. So they use the dish antennas or discount antennas most of the times, and technology may vary. They may also work on WiMAX at some places, and they also works on mobile technologies such as 2G, 3GS, and 4G as well.
Sir,
So
one more
they all work on microwave range,
one more question.
right?
Can frequency reuse be done within 1 kilometer or not?
Sorry, you're saying that frequency can be used beyond 1 kilometer, right?
Reuse, frequency reuse.
Now, sir, frequency reuse concept is basically a different concept. If we cannot say that if the cell radius is beyond 1 kilometer, we have to use frequency reuse, or we should reuse within 1 kilometer. As per the frequency range, if you are talking about 700 megahertz for 4G, now for 700 megahertz, we may have a larger coverage area. We may have our cell radius to be of a larger coverage region. So in that case, we can always reuse the frequency after 1 kilometer also. There can be a case.
Thank you, sir.
And next lecture we'll also be discussing these things, that is on planning the whole cell tower or base station installation, right? So any more questions from anyone? I think we are done with the session. So thank you very much for your patient listening and questioning, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, all the centers. Our next session will be on 11:30. Till then, we have a tea break. centers. We are going to start the second session of the day, planning by
Good morning, all the centers. This is Suraj from Telco Crash Technologies. So today we'll be studying about the planning of a 2G network by using a software called Atoll. Basically, it is a paid software, and you can't find its cracked version anywhere. It is a very it costs around almost 3 to 4 lakhs. So it's a paid software for the planning of a 2G network. It's not like we can plan only 2G network. Due to its modification, we can do the planning of 2G, 3G, and 4G simultaneously. So first of all, studying about the planning, we will be studying that what is a planning, what a planning is called. Planning is basically developing the network roughly, and then likewise sometimes we say we are having some idea, and then we portray it using the sketch or using our pencil. Planning is somewhat like that. First of all, planning is done in 3 main steps: pre-planning, surveying, and post-planning. It's not like that if a network is not operating good, or we are facing some problems, then then the network just come there and install a tower, which is called a BTS, base transceiving station, used as a technical term in the form of our networking. But it is not like that. These 3 steps are to be followed by an engineer, and the engineer which follows these steps is called RF engineer, radio frequency engineer. Because radio frequency, because all this network which we are working upon or which we are communicating through, this is all in the air by using our radio waves, that is radio frequencies. So first of all, here comes the step pre-planning. Pre-planning, by taking an example, I would tell you that suppose in an area from last 3 to 4 days, people are facing many problems like call drops, low data rate, proper not improper handover. But so to overcome this, say we all the customers start carrying out their calls and report to the customers service center that they are facing problems, and the service center will see that they are facing many problems from only one area, from one particular area. Then this request will be gone to the higher authority, and the higher authority will see that what the main problem is. That they will search the area, scan the area, and they will be saying that if they are already installed, if they have already installed a BTS there or not. So if they haven't installed any BTS over there, then what will be they doing? They will send their RF engineers. They will send their RF engineers to see the area. Basically, they will be seeing that the network is not properly good. So what they will be doing? They will find out a particular location. They will not find out a name of a location. They will be using the coordinates, which we say longitude and latitudes. Because to find out the location of the area, basically we use the longitude and latitudes of that location. When a common longitude or latitude location is found, common means the point where all the problems of all the customer from every direction of that location are fulfilled. That is called a common latitude or longitude. In technical way, that point is called waypoint. Waypoint means the point where where the users are, where the waypoint is the point where the users can be where the users problems can be fulfilled from the network. So they will be given that location, that is the longitude and latitude, to the RF engineers. So this is called pre-planning. So this is called pre-planning. That is the planning of the network roughly, but not practically, but roughly. That is taking an idea that which location is facing the problem, or which people are facing the problem from where particular direction, and that is all done in pre-planning. Next steps come is surveying. But what's in the surveying is that the waypoint, that is the common longitude or latitude which we got from the pre-planning, that is given to the RF engineers, and they are provided the GPS and magnetic compasses. The GPS, I would like to tell that these are not the GPS which we are using in our phones. Basically, we are having GPS are divided into two categories: standard positioning system and precise positioning system. The difference is that standard positioning system GPS are 100% accurate. That is, there are 0% chances of error. And in the precise positioning GPS, there it is 99.9% accurate. Only 0.1% error is there. The precise positioning system GPS are the GPS which we all people, or which the network, or which our phones are using. And the standard positioning system are the GPS which are being used by the defense, because we can't take the chances of an error in defense, because if our military wants to fire a missile over any country, or our enemy, then they can't cope up with the error of 0.1% also, because 0.1% error for firing a missile could make a harm to the other country or to the other direction, not to the specific target. So that standard positioning GPS are used by the defense or the military of the nation, every nation. It is not like that only in India we are using the precise. All the nations are using precise positioning system, but the defense bodies or the military bodies of every nation uses the standard positioning system GPS. GPS, I think all of you understand that what is a GPS. GPS is global positioning system. So this GPS is used by the RF engineers. RF engineers, they take out the GPS and start adding their waypoints into it. And whenever when they punch that the waypoint, it shows the direction to the RF engineer that where they have to go. And by saying the direction, they reach to that particular waypoint. This all process is done before planning. First the pre-planning, then after pre-planning we use the surveying technique, so that we so that we have to survey the area or that waypoint that it is suitable, because roughly we can say that the idea is good, but if we don't go through that idea, then we will not be clear about that if our idea is good or not. So firstly, the roughly our idea is made in the process of pre-planning, and to carry out that idea, to go through that idea, we are using the second step, that is surveying. So in surveying, what happens is that the RF engineers go to that particular waypoint. Now, if now we all are seeing that many of the houses are having these antennas or the BTS installed over their roofs. That is a good, but if I say you that because these towers are using the radio waves, then the radio waves are very harmful to the human body. But we should avoid installing these towers on our houses or roofs, because they are very harmful to our body. So suppose that the waypoint which the network has given to the RF engineer, it comes over somebody's house, and when we go to their house, we could survey the waypoint. Then we need to take the permission of the house, and that is obvious, because no one would let us in without having the permission. So after surveying that waypoint, we would see that which we would be capturing pictures. We would be capturing 12 pictures of a 30-degree angle depart in every direction from the roof of that house. From the roof of that house, and that picture should be covering the half sky and half land. The reason behind behind the criteria of such picture is that so that when the pictures would be reached to the network or to the higher authority of the RF engineers, they would come to know that which direction is having maximum number of houses, or we can say which direction is having the maximum number of users situated or living in that area. So we will be providing so that the network could provide the maximum signal strength or the maximum coverage to the people situated in that particular direction or that particular angles. So because if we take 12 pictures of 30-degree apart of only the sky, we can't recognize that which was the starting picture and which was the ending picture, because sky looks the same in every picture. That's why the criteria is that we have to click the picture of half covering half sky and covering the half portion of the land or the earth. So after that picture, so this was the case if that waypoint is located on somebody's house. Now say that now let us say that I was saying that we should be not installing these towers on our roofs because these are very harmful to our human body. Suppose the waypoint is located over somebody's house which are educated and having the knowledge about all the consequences of these radio waves from the BTS, or I could say the antenna or the towers. Then that family doesn't agree to install. What we have to do in that situation, because we have to install a BTS, because from we are taking the example that from last 4 to 5 days users of a particular direction are facing many problems like cutoffs, but so networks decide that they have to install one BTS or a tower in that area so that they could fulfill the requirements of all the users. Now if that family doesn't agree, then it is not like that we would return back and say sorry, we can't install. In that case, we have to search some other area where we could install the BTS. And for installing the BTS for this particular case, we have a criteria like we have a criteria of 50 to 300 meter diameter, that is from the initial waypoint which the network has given us, and if we could not install our BTS over that waypoint, then we have to search another 3 waypoints. Waypoints, I hope you now understand that is the longitude and latitude. We have to search another such waypoints within a radius of 50 to 300 meter or within a diameter of 50 to 300 meter from that initial waypoint. Why we have to search the 3 waypoints? Because initial we have to find only one, because that waypoint was the best possible situation, best possible case to handle the situation of all the call droppings and all such facilities. Now what will if we have to search something another rather than the initial waypoint, then we should take at least 3, so that if one is not suitable, then the other might be suitable. If the second is not suitable, then the third might be suitable. But it is maximum it is that maximum of 3 values are sufficient to cope up with the situation of another 3 waypoints. And those another 3 waypoints are called hotspots. That waypoints, the initial or the starting waypoint, we recognize it by the name of waypoint, but the another which we find in the radius or the diameter of 50 to 300 meter, that are called hotspots. Now within that radius or within that range, we will be finding that hotspots or the 3 waypoints, and we will be marking their particular location in the GPS, particular location I mean the longitude and latitude of the all other three waypoints or the hotspots, and similarly we will be clicking, the pictures. Likewise, we click the pictures for the initial waypoint, that is 12 pictures at an angle of 30° apart, covering half sky and half land. Now, in this situation, we could also say that within that radius or within that range of 50 to 300 meter, one of our waypoint again comes over person's or someone's house, and again that party refuses to install the BTS over the rooftops, as they know that there are very consequences or very diverse effects of the radio waves of a human body. Plus, I would like to tell you that if any family is having an infant or a child, the most adverse or diverse effect is on the body or the brain of the child. So we should avoid installing these BTS over our houses. If our family is having a infant or a child, we should not at all agree of installing these BTS. The reason I would like to tell you that why people agree is that the site is you all people might be knowing that for installing one BTS, or I would say one tower, it costs around 50 to 70 lakhs to a network. A single tower or a single BTS costs around 50 to 70 lakhs. And installing this 50 to 70 lakhs of tower on someone's house, they pay that particular family or that particular person or house a huge rent. That rent may be a minimum of 30 to 40,000. So it's the greed of the people or the nature of the people, or they think that it's a source of income for them. So they agree that they are ready to install the BTS or tower over their house. So they basically, I would be saying that it's all the money-minded nature, but they don't see that what are the consequences or what are the effects of the radio waves coming from the towers. Because if our phone is having a battery less than or approximately 15%, then the radiations coming from the tower, and whenever we are putting a phone call in that 10 to 15% range of phone battery, that radiations are 100 times stronger. And you could see that what would be the diverse effects of the 100 times stronger radiations on a human body. So we should avoid this particular installment of the BTS over our houses. Now, this was the case of the surveying. Now, after the surveying, there comes the final or the last step of planning. Planning, that is post planning. Firstly, we done the pre-planning, that is roughly making the idea that we should install here, and we have found a particular common point. Then we have done surveying of that common point, and if that common point or that I would say that waypoint is suitable, we should avoid this particular install, or that waypoint is good or the best suitable, then then the network would be going with that waypoint only. But if the waypoint that the situation we have time, then we have to find some other three also. Now, last one is the post step, that is post planning. First, before going to the last step, I would like to tell you there are why we are doing this planning, because of the two main or the two major factors. Planning depends upon two major factors, that is capacity and coverage. Coverage, I hope you all understand coverage of the signal, that is maximum signal or the strong signal strength, and the capacity means the number of users. Planning was basically divided into two types, or was of two types: cell planning, or we could say that coverage planning and the capacity planning, which was replaced by the names of cell planning and RF planning. Cell planning. Firstly, I would like to tell you about the cell planning. Cell means the geographical area covered by a BTS. Suppose we have a tower installed near our house and the range to up to which the signal can be transmitted from that particular tower, it is called a geographical area covered by that BTS, and that is called a cell. Basically, some networks call these BTS as the cell or the cell sites. You might have heard the word cell sites. Now, what is in this cell planning? Cell planning is further composed of two types: coverage planning and capacity planning, or we could say the sites are known as coverage site or the capacity sites. Coverage sites are the sites used to provide maximum signal strength. Now, uh, I uh, I would like to ask you all people that coverage site will be installed near the rural areas or near the urban areas. Any idea? Coverage sites, because in coverage we will be providing maximum coverage.
Yes, any center? So we can do one thing. We will have a question answers after the session, like last 10 minutes.
Last time?
Yes, last time.
Okay. So I was telling you about the cell planning, and first type was coverage site. Coverage means the signal level, and if we are saying the coverage site, then that sites would be providing that sites, or I would say that BTS or that particular cell would be providing the maximum coverage. And for maximum coverage, the installment or the location we would be best suited is of rural areas, because you people could see that if we are passing from two villages, there are less number of BTS or towers installed in our way. That's a very common scene you have all seen, because in the urban areas there are many number of BTS or tower installed. Likewise, over the roofs, over the gardens, over the companies, buildings, near the roadsides, many towers are installed. But whenever we are going through the highway and passing from one village to the another, there are our signal level is also less, because there are less number of BTS installed in that way of rural areas. And because why the less number of these BTS are installed, because the rural areas or the villages contain a limited amount of people living in that, say 500, or we can say maximum of 1000 to 2000 if the village is having a quite a large area. But that is also very small for the single tower, because that single tower could fill that all the number of users. Now, coverage site is the site providing the best signal level, and for the providing the best signal level, because rural people or the village people need village people complain that whether whether the network is installing a single, whether the network is installing a single BTS over their region, but it should provide the best signal so that there is no problem for them in the future, because they are living very away from the MSCs or the urban areas where they could go and complain. So they think that, and the coverage site and the network, by keeping in mind this only region, network plans to install the coverage site over the in the rural areas. And the second one, that is the second type of the cell planning. Cell planning is that cell planning is capacity site. Capacity, it means the number of users. because in urban areas there are many number of users situated or living in there. So all of them all of them make many calls, and the capacity sites are the sites which fulfill or which provide maximum number of users to make calls or to use their data to video call. So these are the benefits of the capacity side. Though their signal level is low, I don't say that signal level is very low, but their signal level is limited to a certain range of 2 to 3 kilometers, because the network knows that in that range of 2 to 3 kilometers, many of the number of towers are installed otherwise, so that they could provide the handover or other facilities. But in the rural areas there are very less number of towers installed. That's why the network plans to opt out to install the coverage and capacity side for the urban areas and the rural areas, so on. Now these towers which we plan in the RF planning or the network planning, these towers are of four types, or the BTS, or I would say these cells are of four types. The first type is of macro cell. Macro cell. These sites you might have seen, these are the coverage sites. That is, you will be seeing these sites in the villages or passing by or across the villages, because these sites have a coverage or have a range of providing signal strength to a maximum range of 35 kilometers, 30 to 35 kilometers. And the height of antenna is about 50 to 60 meters. That is the main reason the villages or the network plans to install the coverage sites near the villages or into a single villages or between two villages. Because if the two villages are having a distance of maximum to maximum of 20 to 25 kilometers, then our tower is having a range or providing the signal level to maximum extent of 30 to 35 kilometers, then it is best for them. They will not be having problems like call drops or slow internet connection. It is best for them to install the macro cells. It is best. It is not only best, it is the bestest ever site to be installed. Network always install macro cells into the villages or near the villages. Now, next type of the cells or the towers are micro cells. Micro cells are the sites which we install in the urban areas or the cities. You might have seen, or we all people seen these sites in our daily routine life. These are the sites installed over someone's house, over someone's building, near the roadsides, or in the garden area of somebody's. These are micro cells, and they are having a range of 2 to 3 kilometers. And though the range is less, but they provide a capacity of large number of users, so that they could handle, so that the tower could handle, because we all know that how much population or how much crowded a city is. So, and this range is limited to 2 to 3 kilometers, because the network knows up into a range of after the range of 2 to 3 kilometers, they are having a many number of other towers installed. So if the users move across the range of 2 to 3 kilometers, he will be getting signal from the another tower, and from that it will be moving or roaming here and there, he will be getting the signal proper. That is not like in case of villages, because we are having a very limited, or I could say 1 or 2 maximum number of towers installed. Next, this planning or the cell which we install in our planning is it is pico cell. These are very small towers which are having a range of I would say 100 meters, and these are just about 10 to 15 centimeters. The antenna is of the height of about 10 to 15 centimeters. Now you all people will be thinking that why to go with these cells. Actually, this antenna or this particular antenna pico cell, it is omnidirectional in nature. Omnidirectional, I hope you all people know that omnidirectional are the antennas which directs it power or which provides the signal in all direction, that is 360-degree range of the signal strength. Now why would we going for this 360 degree? These particular antennas or these particular cells, pico cells, these are installed in malls or the buildings or a MNC company, I would say malls, because a mall, you would say a mall is a multi-story building from it is having from basement to 3 to 4 floors, and all the users or all the people who have come to that particular mall, they are in all direction. They are in downward, they are in upward, they are in leftward, they are in rightward direction. That is all the 360-degree range. And these omnidirectional antennas are the best suitable antennas to be installed into a particular mall. And the range is of 100 meters, and we all know that we are having the range of about 100 to 200 meter of a particular mall. If the mall is very big, then after 100 meter, another omnidirectional or another pico cell antenna is installed by the network. These are very small antennas, 10 to 15 centimeter long. The height of the antenna is just 10 to 15 centimeter long. Actually, I have been to a mall and I have seen this particular. But how they have installed, there was a showroom. I don't remember the name of that particular brand, but in front of that, this particular antenna was installed. I thought that it was silver color. It was a silver colored antenna. Firstly, I thought it was the I thought it was like the grill, or it was the design made by the mall. But then I come to know that that was the omnidirectional or the pico cell antenna. So these antennas are made in such a way that that a common man can't distinguish. He would say that it is just a scripture uh, or just a piece of iron or say metal, but actually it is a pico cell antenna. It is very difficult to distinguish. Firstly, I also thought that it was the a part of the railing of where I was standing. Then I come to know that that was a pico cell antenna. So, and the antenna or the last type of cell which we are using or adopting today for the latest technology being used, that is 4G. That cell is known as femto cell. FEMTO, femto cell. They are having a range of about 3 kilometer to 30 kilometer. But initially, as the network, initially you all know that only two main networks are running nowadays. I would say three: Airtel, Idea, and the Reliance Jio, the most famous one nowadays. So these are only the three networks working on the 4G, and so they are using initially the antennas or the cells installed, but for the 4G sites, they provide a range of about only maximum to maximum 5 to 8 kilometers, because they are just because initially they have started this process and they would be going for the longer range. They would be going for the longer range, that is up to the 30 to 35 kilometers, just like the coverage side. But initially they are working over the range of only 5 to 8 kilometers. Now, the size of their antennas, it is varied to about 30 to 60 meters. Sorry, 30 to 60 meters is the height of antenna installed for the 4G site or the 4G cell. You people all might have seen it. The shape of the antenna is like a pole. It is like this, going and small. That is taper shaped, I would say. initially it is very initially that diameter is very big, then it goes on decreasing just like the shape of the pole. So that is a cell of the 4G antenna. Now the now these further the femtocell or the cells for the 4G side, they are also of three types, because we all know that LTE, long term evolution, that is the main word or the technical term for the 4G LTE. LTE will be coming into three main types: LTE A, B and C. That is why they are having a range of 3 to 35 kilometers, or the height of antenna from 30 to 60 meters, because they will be using this particular range for installing the towers for LTE A, B and C. Now these all were the these all were the types of the cell which all we will be using for the post planning process. Now that was the main reason, I would say, because if I would directly tell you about the post planning that these are the towers, and we would be not knowing that what type of towers. That's why I made you familiar with all these types of planning and the types of cells which we use in the towers. Now what comes in the post planning process is that it is done, or it is a software based work. It is done on software, as I told you in the beginning that we will be studying today the software that is Atoll. Then this software, it is used for planning as well as optimization. Planning, I hope you are all clear that what a planning is, and optimization means to provide the signal strength to the areas which we are facing problems, and to the areas which we could provide the maximum range, so that the users, because basically we are doing the planning of the network so that our users are fulfilled. They need not to have face any situations or any problems regarding the network, because nowadays we all people know that mobile phone is a very demanding, or a very we could say important thing for us, and we would be using our mobile phone only if we are having a particular network. And for such a particular network, planning is to be made which is perfect, which could deal with all the networks simultaneously, plus all the users, or the capacity of users can be fulfilled. So, screenshots. Now, you all people will be seeing a screen on your on your PCs or laptops. This is the this is the software which we use. That is Atoll software. This software, I have told you that it is used for both planning as well as optimization. Now, whenever we click on this software, this type of window is opened, as you all people are seeing this window. Now this window has many features, and we will be studying these features one by one, and we will be doing today the network planning of 2G, that is second generation. I hope you all people know 2G. We all denote in the technical terms by GSM, Global System for Mobile. Then 2G was, or I would say 2G is using the bands of 900, 1800, plus it also uses the 1900 band. Actually, initially the option from the spectrum was, for providing the 2G network as per the standards or from the bodies, that is 3GPP, third generation partnership project, which give all the details or which give the standards for installing this 2G network. For installing this 2G network, that spectrum was 900 megahertz, and from that we have been using a band of 900, 1800, and 1900. But India says that 900 and 1800 megahertz band are sufficient to be used for providing the 2G network in India, and that is also going on in the real scenario also. As you people all can see in your phones also, in the settings, if you go to the manual settings and if you want to select a network manually, then it would be showing that if you want to use 2G, 3G or 4G, or sometimes it is written as GSM, WCDMA or LTE. That are the technical terms used for a network. So these were the standard. Now, why India didn't use that 1900 band? Because India said that 2 bands are very much sufficient. Plus, the cost of these bands are also very much high. That's why also the 2 bands were sufficient. That 1900 band, foreign countries like USA, they people are using 1900 band also. Plus that 1900 band has now come in the 4G also. So now we are using that band in that our 4G spectrum. So this first picture is the window which is opened when we click the Atoll software. Now in the second screenshot, you will be seeing that we have clicked on the option of new, and we will be creating a new document template because we want to plan a network and we will be creating a new file. So after clicking on this document or template, this particular dialog box is represented in our front. Now what it says that it has many of the options in front of this, but we will be going with either the first option 3GPP multi-rad or the GSM GPRS edge if we want to plan only 2G. If we want, likewise we are planning only 2G now, so we will be going with this third option. But if we want to plan the network simultaneously, that is if we want to plan the network 2G, 3G and 4G simultaneously, we will be using the first option 3GPP multi-rad. That means third generation partnership project multiple radio access technology. I repeat, third generation partnership project multiple radio access technology, that is 3GPP multi-rad. But today we'll be planning only 2G network, so we'll be using only the third options, that is GSM, GPRS and edge. I hope you all see that these all the words, that is GSM and GPRS and edge, these are all for the 2G network. GSM, the basic or the 2G, the first installed or the now the network we are using, it is GSM. The advancement, because the 2G, the initial or the nowadays only the 2G network which we are using, that is only for the voice calling. But for the we also needed some facilities like internet, SMS and roaming facilities. These facilities were all provided by the advancement of the 2G network, that was 2.5G, that is GPRS. I hope you all people remember from the if we go back to 7 to 8 years when we people were using the internet facility. Likewise nowadays if we use 2G internet, E is written on above of the screen, but if we go back to 7 to 8 years, then we were using the internet facility, then a symbol of G was written on our screen, and that G denotes GPRS, and that is 2.5G. And GPRS provided us internet facility, SMS facility, uh, roaming facility, and but the only disadvantage was that speed of the data was very slow. It was, I think, around 9.6 kbps. Now again, after the advancement of the technology, or by using the technology, the 2.5G or the GPRS was GPRS was modified into a higher version, 2.75G network, that was Edge, Enhanced Data for Global System of Mobile Evolution, EDGE Edge, that we are using. I would like to tell you one interesting fact that nowadays a video con in I'm uh, giving this lecture from Punjab. So I will tell you that in Punjab, what Videocon is doing, that Videocon is selling their Videocon is selling their SIMs by saying that they are providing 2.75G data, that is higher than the 2G. And all people think that they would be, that the speed would be very much good as compared to the 2G. But the thing is that they are using the technical term. All other networks are also providing the 2G that internet facility over the 2.75G, because edge would be, that E symbol or the edge would be working only in the 2.75G domain. But the thing is that for catching or for publicity or for making the business, Videocon is using that technical term 2.75G and selling their signals and making the increasing their number of users. So back to this screen. Third, we will be planning for the 2G network. So we will be going to the GSM, GPRS or the Edge option. And after clicking on this, we will be clicking on the OK option. Now this window is open in front of us, white screen. Initially it was gray, but after we have clicked on this, but when we clicked on this particular option of 2G planning, the window become this white colored window, or the white colored page is open. Now in the leftmost corner, and in the bottom of that bold, italic and urban, you people will be seeing a scroll menu having where it is written GPRS 1800 urban. I hope all you have got that. Leftmost corner, but at the bottom of that bold, italics and underline, a scroll menu is opened or made, in which it is written GPRS 1800 urban. And the next screenshot, that scroll menu is opened. I hope you all people got to know. Now these are all the spectrums used, or we have been using for the 2G network planning. Likewise, I told you that India has opted, or India has bought the spectrum of 900 and 1800 band, and similarly these all are the options in the scroll menu, that if you want to plan the GPRS for 1800 urban area, similarly GPRS 1800 for rural area, similarly GSM 900 for urban as well as the rural areas, and similarly all the options we can be used. Now after clicking on any one of the option, suppose if we want to go for GPRS 1800 urban site only, then we'll click on this, and then you people will be seeing another picture of this scroll menu you are seeing. In the next option to this scroll menu, it is in the form of a antenna. The antenna is made having signals radiating. Just the next option of this scroll menu, that is after when we click the GSM say GPRS 1800 urban, then we'll be clicking that particular option or that particular button. Then after clicking, then After clicking on that, then antenna is installed on our screen. Now, if we now this is the antenna, or this is the cell, or this is the site installed, or this is the site installed for the GPRS 1800 urban area. Suppose this we are having this urban area. Now, next we want to install this coordinates. The this white screen is containing the coordinates in x and y x and y direction. These coordinates are nothing but the latitude and longitudes, because we'll be installing because as told earlier, the waypoint is installed, or waypoint is denoted by the position of its longitude or latitude. So when this antenna is made, and we could change its coordinate by clicking the properties of this tower, which we'll be doing further. Now, this was the antenna or the cell installed for the GSM 1800 urban area. Now, say the similarly, if we install another tower, because basically we want to plan an area, and we will be seeing that planning with at least with 3 to 4 towers, so that if our user roam from one particular direction to another direction, so he or she would be catching the signal from all the particular towers in whichsoever direction he or she will be going. Now these are these are known as the towers, or here we are denoting them by sites. Now the first site installed, it is called site 0, and the next site is called site 1. From the leftmost next screenshot, you will be seeing that we are clicking the properties of the site 0. We can check the properties, or we can go to the properties from this particular option, or by simply clicking on the center of that tower. The properties or the property menu option would also come in front of us, and this is the option, and such window will be opened in front of us. These are the properties. Now these are the general, firstly the general properties which have just we could change. Basically the main functions, or the main things which we change are the transmitters and the intra technology neighbors and the propagation models. Rest the things have no impact on the towers range or the number of users. The main things which we always go through are the second option, transmitter, and the another option, that is intra technology neighbors, and the last option after when we scroll from that menu, that is the propagation. From the general menu, or from the general option, we could just change the name of the site, or the tilting we could change, or the reception threshold we could also change, because reception threshold is that threshold means the minimum amount of value, or so that it will receive so that it means that here it is written that minus 110 dBm, decibel per meter. It means that tower needs a minimum of minus 110 dBm power to receive the signal, from our mobile phone, or in technical way we say mobile station, because our mobile phone is sending the signal to these tower, and our tower, or that we say BTS. From the name it is clear that BTS means base transceiving station. Transceiving means simultaneously it transmits the signal and it simultaneously receives the signal. It receives the signal from mobile station and transmits the signal to the BSC, that is base station controller, that is to the network. Now the next screenshot, it Now it tells us about the options or the parameters used in the transmitter. Now here people will be seeing the power 43 dBm. This is the power. This is the maximum power required by a. This is the maximum power required by a tower, or the if we convert into watts, this come approximately equal to 20 watts. When 43 dBm is converted into watts, it is approximate about 20 watts. That is 20 watt is the power capacity of a single BTS. Now if we could increase or decrease this power, but maximum range or the maximum number of users are fulfilled by this particular power only. If we decrease, then the some users are left. If we increase the power from 43 dBm, then the signal strength is somewhat lost. But if we go with 43 dBm, that is 20 watts of power, then the signal strength is also maximum, plus the users or the number of users are also the maximum for a particular BTS. The next option, this was the transmission power, for the transmitting power to the signal, transmitting power for the signal to be transmitted, that is to be fixed, or because it is a best possible numerical value, so I would say that it is a fixed value of 43 dBm. Next comes the antenna. As I have told you, the cases or the types of antenna like micro, macro, pico and femtocell, these here we would decide the height of the antenna. If we are going for 50 to 60 meter, then it means that we are going to plan a macro cell site, that too obviously for the rural areas. And if we are going for 30 to 40 meters height of antenna, then we are planning or when we are going to install a micro cell site. And micro cell site are usually or the mostly used in the urban areas, because they're having just a range of about maximum to 3 to 5 kilometers, a maximum of 3 kilometers, I would say. Now so the height of antenna, and that height is from the ground level. Not only that, from the earth, if we are installing a 30 to 40 meters, that is a micro cell antenna over a building, that its height would be seen from the top floor level. That is height from the top floor, not that we will be going to a very big antenna from the height of that earth, because the height of the antenna is always measured from the ground. So 30 to 40 meters. You also have seen these all in our cities or around the city, that the buildings or the houses, the case as I have told you earlier, the houses, these are all using the micro cell sites. Nowadays, in building sites, IBS are also installed. In building sites is just like a tripod. The tripod just like a DSLR stand, and the tripod is having 3 antennas in the 3 particular direction, 120 degree apart, as per the standards fixed for the sectorization. Now these next, after the antenna, there is written main antenna, and the main antenna is having the models. These models, if having a scroll menu, and we basically use these models of it is mentioned like 65 degree or 6 tilt. This 6 tilt, but India we only use 2 tilt or 4 tilt models for the main antennas that are used in the foreign countries. Next, the option is mechanical azimuth. Mechanical azimuth is that you people might have heard about tilting, or firstly I will tell you about the sectorization, because these antennas, whenever you will be seeing a particular cell or particular tower, you will see that 3 antennas are installed of a particular network in 3 different directions, and that directions are 120 degree apart theoretically. But if we go practically, there are somewhat amendments made in that, because 120 degree apart, this case is that because it avoids the maximum interference. But basically, why we install antennas? Because these antennas are installed in the directions where the maximum number of users are located. So we would be pointing at the, or we would be directing our antennas in that only direction in which we are having the maximum number of users. So practically that value of 120 degree apart, that can be varied, and that can be varied from here, that is mechanical azimuth. If we change the value of this mechanical azimuth, as it is saying that mechanical azimuth, it is here as 0 degree, and this is for the first antenna. I have told you that there are 2 sites which we have installed in this particular example, like site 0 and site 1, and they are having 3 antennas which are known as 1, 2, 3, site 0, 1, site 0, 2, and site 0, 3, and these properties are basically for the site 0, 1. It is written on the topmost of this dialog box, site 0, 1 properties. That is, it is the property of the site 0 from the first antenna. And if we mechanically azimuth change this numerical value, then if our users in the direction of 175 degree, and if we change this value to 175 degree, then our first antenna of the site 0 will be tilted 175 degree, because after the surveying, if we saw that 175 degree value, or the 175 degree angle, contains the maximum number of users, or the maximum number of users are located in that particular angle. So we could change this mechanical azimuth. And this mechanical down tilt is that the down tilt of the antennas. Basically, we use mainly 2 types of antennas over the towers, that is RF antennas and the microwave antennas. RF antennas basically provide link, or basically they are linked to our mobile phones. That is, our mobile phone sends or receives signals from the RF antennas, and RF antennas over the towers are linked to the microwave antennas by using the jumper and feeder cables. If we go to the tower, we will be seeing that thin and thick type of wires are being used for making a connection between the RF antennas and other equipments with the microwave antennas. And this microwave antenna, it provides a link between the other side, because we have to transmit our signal. That our signal is transmitted from one tower to another tower, so that it could reach the MSC, or the main headquarters of the network, and that is reached with the help of the microwave antenna. And microwave antenna, we all know that it makes the connection by using the line of sight, that is LOS. And in LOS, it is that microwave antennas are situated at the topmost height of the antenna, because in that line of sight, it is a very straightforward connection, and there is no interruptions or obstacles like buildings or rivers or trees between them. That's why these microwave antennas is situated at the topmost height of the antenna, so that it make the connection between the other towers. And similarly, the connection is made between from one BTS to another BTS. I have asked, but no, there was not. Just 10 to 15 minutes. Now the next screen comes of intra-technology neighbors. Next parameter which will be changing after the transmitter, it is intra-technology neighbors. Firstly, I would like to tell you the difference between the inter and intra. Suppose let us take an example of an institution or of a college or a university that they are organizing a youth fest. The college is organizing a youth fest, and all other colleges are also invited, or all other or we can say the outside bodies are also welcomed or invited in their youth fest. Then we say that it is a inter university or inter college youth fest, because inter means that outside bodies can also take part, and intra technology, it is like it is within an institution or within a college. If our college suppose if my college is organizing a debate competition over a certain topic or an issue, and that is an intra intra debate or intra debate within a college, because for such only the students from the different departments could take place, but that only from that only from the same institution or the same college. That is difference between a inter and intra technology neighbors. Now here the intra technology neighbors which we are defining is that the neighbors, firstly, the if we are saying that the site, if we say the site 0, if we consider the site 0 and we are considering the properties of the first antenna from the site 0, then first of all the intra technology neighbors are the second and third antenna from the site 0. Second and third antenna from the site 0, because they are both situated on a same tower. That is why they are having, that is they are from a same, like in example I told you, that is from the same institution, just like they are from the same tower. That is why they are having a intra technology neighbors. Now but now from the first site, that is this was about from intra technology neighbors from the site 0. Now plus the site 1 antenna is also having, suppose site 1's second antenna is also providing its signal strength into the range of the site 0's first antenna, then it is also the intra technology neighbor, because they are providing the signal strength in the same direction. That is why they are having the same neighbors, or sharing a common range of signal strength. So site first second antenna, we can say it is also intra technology neighbor. Likewise the other antennas or other towers antennas which point in the signal strength or the direction of the signal of that particular, they all come under this menu. Now next comes the propagation parameters. Propagation parameter, basically we are using here the models. These antennas, they are basically working upon the models. Models are the like I would say the circuits, or the I would say the hardware model that is built in these towers. These are the propagation models, because they provide the radius or the coverage of that signal strength. If basically India is using only two main models for this 2G, for this 3G and 4G as well. India is using only the two main models. That is, I would say, I would like tell you two main models. That is further there will be coming a screen showing the models. The models are Costa Hata and Okumura Hata. Costa Hata is the model having a maximum, having a range, a very good range, but very limited. That is, this Costa Hata is just like the capacity side. That is, it could fulfill many number of users within it, but it could provide signal strength to a to a very short length, to a very short distance, like 3 kilometers. and that Okumura-Hata model that provides a range to a limited number of users, but with a very good signal strength. That is just like the case of coverage side that we are using in the villages or near the rural areas. So basically, Costa-Hata models are used in microcell antennas, and that microcell antennas and that Okumura-Hata antennas are used in the and that Okumura-Hata antennas are used in the macro cell antennas. Okumura-Hata model is being used in the now. Now after selecting or changing all these parameters, we will be right clicking that particular antenna, because firstly we have done these all parameters. We have changed all these parameters for the first antenna of the site 0 site. Then after, what will be doing that, we will be right clicking on that particular antenna, and we will go on to the calculate and create a new prediction. After clicking on the create a new prediction, this such dialog box will be opened. Then what will we do that we will click on the second option, because we have to check the coverage or the signal level, how much signal level it is providing now. Now when we click on this now we click on this coverage by signal level, we have to then click on that calculate button, and after that this signal level will be calculated. Now this is a very low signal level, because you will be seeing menu on the left side of this screen. The colors, various colors are mentioned. Red one is the best range for getting the best signal, and blue one is the least. We will be getting the poor signal if we are in the blue range. That is maximum chances of core drops. And to avoid these maximum chances of core drops or some other problems like low data facilities, we have to increase the signal, and we have to increase the signal of other side, so that their signals so that their maximum extent range of the signals get interlinked, or they share a common area, so that if a user go from one side to another side, there is no core drop, plus all other facilities remains the same. Now then we will be again going to that parameters by right clicking, and we will be changing the radius. We will be changing the radius of this propagation model. For the we can change this radius for the Costa-Hata model, and we could change this radius for the Okumura-Hata model also. So suppose in this we have changed the radius for the Okumura-Hata, that is for the macro cell. Then after changing, and again if we calculate, then we will be seeing that how much our this signal level has boosted or increased up from the initial value. That was a very low signal, and now we are having a very good signal, plus we are having a very good range. Now similarly, now we have these arrow points out the neighbors, that are the intra-technology neighbors, because first site zero's first antenna and the third antenna, first antenna and third antenna, they could provide signal into the direction which we are getting, so they are having the intra-technology neighbors, and these arrow points out the intra-technology neighbors of the site zero's first antenna. Now similarly, we will be calculating this for the site first antenna, and similarly we are getting initial signal level like this. Then again for this we'll be calculating for the other. Now then for the all other for the three of the antennas from that first site first. Now after that, this was all the signal. That now if we want to plan the area, suppose if we want to add the map also, then this particular software gives us the privilege or advantage that we could add the area of that, we could add the map of that area. After clicking on from the options from the file menu. Import options is there, and after clicking on the import options, the database of this software is opened, where the maps of the different areas of, or we can say we could download these are basically the docs file. We could download the map from the internet and we could import here. And this map importing time is almost around 10 to 15 minutes. It takes almost 10 to 15 minutes. After this, you can say this map is imported. After importing the map, we could zoom that particular area, or because we want to know that particular longitude or latitude, or I would say that waypoint, then accordingly we could plan it as desired by us. Now, after planning all the networks, see, we are getting a very good signal. We could zoom this also. So you will see that a very good network is made by these 5 antennas, and if a user is moving or user is situated within the range of these 5 antennas, these all are the 5 antennas from where he would never lose the signal. If we go from the range of first antenna, first BTS or first site, he would get the signal from the next site, and so on. Unless he leaves the area from all these sites. So that was all for the atoll planning. So any queries from this atoll planning?
Any query from any of the center?
Yes, any of the centers have, if any have a query, then they can come forward and ask their questions. Yes, sir.
Any queries from any of the centers regarding this atoll planning?
From PET or BEAD or any other college? Yes, sir. You can switch on your mic and ask the question if any of you have any question.
You can ask any queries.
आप अपनी तरफ से कोई query पूछो भी हमारे पास कि have you ever seen the biggest surround band and can you identify which is good? Either it is 2G, 3G or.
So have any of you seen a BTS installed or nearby you? Have anyone seen the BTS? Or has anyone visited the BTS?
Yes, from 5.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, can you give the introduction of this software in the form of PPT?
Sorry, sir. Please
Can you
repeat.
give introduction of this software in the form of PPT?
In the form of PPT, can you give them?
Sir, you getting?
And the introduction of this software. Okay.
So, sir, as told, this software atoll.
We will send this PPT to you.
Sir, we'll send this PPT after this FDP. At the end of this FDP, ma'am will send you.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Ma'am will send you PPTs after the end of this FDP.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other query from any of the centers?
Okay, then we can have lunch break now, and we'll reassemble at till 2:30. We can have a lunch break now till 2:30. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all the centers.
Yeah. Otherwise, better. Yeah. Nice. I spent this to be
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the centers. We are going to start the third session, drive test. And in this session, Mr. Taranjit from Telco Cats Technology will cover how drive test and planning are linked and how drive test is important for the service providers.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all for the session of drive test this time. Previously, you have heard about from Surat sir about the planning, how exactly all the network operators first do the planning before installing or deputing their new network for the customers. So first we see how planning and drive test is exactly are interlinked with each other. From starting with the planning, we actually do all the planning from a software, as we have already seen in et al. We are using a software called as et al. Or even MCOM or MapInfo to plan the whole network. But what we are doing is there are engineers who are sitting inside the office and they are doing the planning without knowing outer scenarios. Means they are not aware of the surroundings they are building a network around, because they are just seeing normal plain areas on the maps in the software, and they are just planning all this sort of planning over there. So what exactly happening over there is they are just trying to deploying all the antennas over there. They have done their job, they are okay with that, but they are not sure that how exactly all the antennas going to work over there. So what exactly we have to do for that is we do the drive test. Drive test is exactly same as taking a test drive of a new car. That exactly stands for the drive test also. We are actually checking all the parameters, standards, quality of the network we have already planned or for the new network also. So right now you are looking for the Reliance Jio SIMs. You are moving for the Reliance Jio network all around the country. They have done their optimization drive test before also. They are regularly doing that in the particular time periods. So it's very important for each and every service provider for regular intervals of a drive test. Even possibly they can do for even for a single day also. So what exactly drive test stands for, and what all requirements are there to do a drive test. So if I take an example, if I just simply assume that one day you just woke up and you start your arm start paining. So what you will be doing is you will be going to a doctor, you will showing your hand to the doctor. What will be he saying? He will just what we will not be doing is that you go to the doctor and just prescribe you a medicine and you start taking that medicine without knowing what exactly happened to you. So you do not know the exact area you are paining for and what the reason for the paining. But what you are doing is you're directly taking the medicine for the pain relief. So for the exact to know about that why your arm is paining, you will go to the concerned doctor first. You will go to the physiotherapy, or you can say the bone doctor who will be telling you first to take an X-ray of your body, so that he can exactly see if it's a bone crack or something else inside. So first of all, you have to go step by step. You cannot directly go for the prescriptions, or you directly not go for the you can say a particular solution to that. So exactly the same thing is happening in the network also. If we are having any problem in the network within the start of the network or inside the network only, so what we'll be doing is we take an X-ray of an simple network of a particular region, starting with a particular region. So it's important to take a X-ray. For that X-ray, we are using a software known as TEM software, which is called as test equipment for mobile systems. It's actually a very costly, you can say, a software used in the telecom domain right now. So it's very important again to how to use that software. You should not deploy that software to everyone. There should be a particular persons who are handling that software and should be held responsible for any steal or so for that software. So in the starting, whenever we do the planning, we start with the planning procedure. All the planning is done, all the parameters are set. Then we have first, what we do is we go to the site. Engineer will go to a particular site. We will see that site if it's feasible for an antenna to be built over there according to the planning team. So what they will be doing, they will be chasing all that antennas. They will be start developing that antenna, construct that antenna on particular spots over there. Then they will set all the parameters, standards already set in the software. They will do exactly the same on the same antennas. Then they start working on the network. Now, when we have started working on the network, we want to know that what standards we actually set on all the antennas. Are they still the same, or they are having some problem or some issues to have that standards? So for that, start with the drive test over there. for the drive test. I'll show you later on what exactly equipments we are required to do such things. But before getting some issues in the network, we send an engineer over there to look at the site, so that what exactly the probable reason can be over there. So it's very important again, if you see, if an engineer is going over there and he's just doing all that stuff, he's just making all the antennas move from one direction to another. So it's again a wrong thing to do with the network. So what exactly an engineer is carrying with him when he's going to a particular site, he's carrying a GPS, which I show you here like this. It's a normal GPS over here, you can see. This is a kind of a GPS and RF engineers and the engineers, installation engineers are having according to their field jobs. So what exactly in it is happening, it's working on a latitude and longitudes. So how to switch it on, just I'm just holding all the red button over here. You can see the Garmin, the production name of the company. And then later on, we'll see how exactly it's working and how an engineer is moving to its particular directions. So I just want to ask, is it visible for you to look into the GPS right now? Okay, so right now here we can see in the top left corner, we can see the elevation over here. So according to the planning team, they should have decided an elevation part. They should be a mountainous region, or maybe the depth of the ocean, or you can say it may be might of the building height. So here we show the elevation over here. Then we can see the accuracy over here. Now accuracy, what exactly stands for? It's not the accuracy of this compass. It's actually the accuracy of the particular place or the destination point we are standing at. So this accuracy may vary to 14 meters, maybe to 1 meter also, may sometimes may even to 0 meters. So the accuracy what engineers actually take till it's 14 meters. The maximum of accuracy we can just neglect is 14 meters. But beyond that, we will not neglect that. We will calibrate the GPS again to that particular point over there. So now here we can see all the circles over here. If you can see all the circles, they are having a particular numbers over there. You can see from 0 to 32, there will be a total number of series written over there. These are actually the satellites revolving around the Earth right now. It's a live, you can see a live streaming of a satellite surrounding the Earth. And similarly, you are getting the all the numbers over here. So these numbers again are the satellite, and please, these bars are actually showing the status of the satellite's power we are receiving. Right now I'm inside a building, so there are no satellites connected to it. So whenever I'm outside the building or not under the roof, I am able to get the signal over here. So the signal I'm requiring from a particular satellites are 3 minimum satellites I have to means to connect to this GPS to get a particular position on my area. Maybe I must have over here. So then we have you can see at the bottom of the GPS, you can see some of the lines. It's actually for the latitude or longitudes of this GPS or a particular location you are standing at. It will be, you will be getting this particular numbers over here whenever you are outside of the building or not under the roof. So this is how a GPS works. Whenever a company is telling an engineer to go to a particular site, whatever they do is they just put all the lat long over here. So what they go is, we use the other buttons. Here you can see all the nearby sites over here. So A44, these are particular sites are surrounding this area. So whenever they want to go, they can. It's showing me my position right now, and wherever I have to go, just it's telling me all my direction where I have to move from here. So this is the one particular graph here it's showing. So for more ease for the engineers, they have a number of graph over there. This is a compass over here. What exactly is showing? It's showing you the directions where an engineer have to lead from where. So again, it's showing you the elevation and the depth, distance to next. Distance to next is that how much more kilometers or meters we have to move from a particular position to get to that site. So this show the direction. This type of screen we use whenever we are closer to the site for near about 20 meters from there. So at that time we use for this for more accuracy. And then we move forward to the next page. Again, now here you can see a plane surface over here, and this is a marker, the point where I'm standing right now. So this is a particular plane area, or you can say a plane graph over there for the Earth present. So all the construction sites over here, and particular already inbuilt, which sites I have already stored inside. It's showing you all the sites over here. So whenever we have to go a particular site over here, I just have to go to my menu. I have to select particular name of here, and just I can move from there how I have to go. So here are some of the parameters written over here right now. So I look into it. It's showing us the speed over here. Speed means that how fast we are going right now. It's telling if we are into a vehicle. Then we have a distance to next. Again, it tells that how much distance we have to travel to reach to that particular point. And then we have a course and off course. Course means at what particular angle we are moving on to a particular right angle we are moving on to our destination. And off course means how much by how much degree we are deviated from a particular point. So this is how it exactly show how it's moving. But now these days, the more accurate what we look into is our mobile GPSs. It's more visible and more understandable due to the Google Maps over here. So, but still the RF engineers using these kind of GPS till now. So, if I just want to know, you have any inquiry about the GPS over here right now? If anyone have any question regarding the GPS equipment we are using right here. Please, anyone have any inquiry?
Yes, if any center have any query, they can come forward and ask.
Okay, if no one is having, we should start moving forward then. So this is a kind of equipment using by an engineer in telecom for to know the particular position before letting someone going over there. So then the main thing comes is then the drive test. Then why exactly do we need the drive test for it? Okay, as you can see over here right now, I'm sharing the slides with you over here. If it's visible now, we can start it. Now steps followed to perform the particular drive test. Now what exactly and why we need to do the drive test is, first we want to know the physical verification. Now physical verification is very important for a network operator or the vendor which is producing all this stuff for us for calling or for the data packs. So now the planning team has already done their work. They have started building or constructing all the antennas nearby. But for the drive test team, it's very important to know about the physical verification of every antenna over here. So now what is happening is, we built an antenna, we have a particular antenna over there. So we have we have given a particular height to that antenna. Maybe if we take an example, we assume that in the planning part that we built an antenna of near about 20 meters height. So whenever a team will be going over there to see that exactly that antenna is of 20 meters, for their particular reasoning of deputing not the particular RF frequencies all around. So for that, physical verification is very important aspects we have to look into. Then it comes to alarm checking. Now again, for every new site, it's very important that each and every equipment is working properly so that there is no alarm to be produced at a very constant time over there. If it's producing an alarm at very constant time in a particular site, we have to optimize that site for a particular time at very early stage. Then we go for the frequency plan verification. Now, whenever we are planning the site around the city in a particular region where already there are many sites present of different operators or maybe of the same operator, the planning team have to be very careful to plan for the frequency, because the frequency the operators are buying are very costly. As you already know, there are bidding or auction to be done for the frequencies to be allotted to particular operator in the circles. So 1 megahertz frequency nearly costs about 210 crores in an auction. So it's very again important to reuse that concept for the frequency reuse, and it's very important you share that frequency very particular distance, because if there is any frequency interference between two frequencies, again that whole reason will be a black hole, means there will be a loss, a lot of drop calls, there will be no coverage connection over there, so there will be more interference in between the network connections. So planning team have to be very careful. So for that, drive test actually tells us how exactly the frequencies are being deployed around the antennas, how exactly they are interfering with each other. So it's again very important aspect of the drive test to look into. Then we have a hardware configuration verification. Now hardware, what exactly the hardware we are using inside a particular sites are that the BTS, then we have a microwave track, then you can say, then moreover we have RF antennas, microwave antennas. All of these come into the hardware configuration. So we have to look into that particular sector we have defined for a particular frequency. Are they working exactly the same we have designed them? So if they are not, we have to replace them, or we have to rectify the problem if there are any which can be solved out at the particular point. So now these are the things I already told you this. Now the parameter verification for drive test. Now these are the actual parameters we actually go for to look into the particular drive test, to look into and to rectify and to learn from the particular site. So first is the CPC, the cell parameter check. The cell parameters check are all the parameters we have given to a particular cell. Cell, if I explain you a cell, it means a particular antenna with its sector, 3 sectors. So it's very important to know all the cell parameters. Means if we are setting a particular frequency to a particular sector, if it's still on the particular frequency, we have to check to that cell parameters. All the calls are connecting to a particular cell. Means we know that particular calls can be connected to a single cell over there. So we have to see that much of calls are being connected, how much calls are being dropped by a particular cell. These are the parameters which are checked into CPC. Then we have the MOC, which is mobile oriented calls. It means we look into the from the drive test, we got to know that how exactly all calls are being made from a particular cell. Means are we able to make the calls every time? If there are any disturbance inside the call, or when we ever making a call through a particular distance or a distance call, is it visible for us to see all the calls are getting connected each and every time? Then we have the MTC, mobile terminated calls, which means mobile terminated calls means on the other end of the call. Means like I'm calling to my some of the colleague. If I'm calling from here, right now my voice is reaching over there, or that side is connecting to its neighbor properly or not. So these parameters comes into the cell operating sites. Then we have the SMS. Now we also have to look into the SMS part also, because it's again very important. If you are sending a text messages and it's get receiving by the particular person day after tomorrow or even after 2 days, it's very, you can say, a lack of you can say parameters are changing. A lot of parameters are changing inside. So again, we have to look into that. The SMS services are particularly going very good. Like we just send the message and it's received by the particular person on the same day or the particular same time within a few seconds. Then we have the GPRS. Now GPRS, if we talk about the internet, drive test is also you can say important to do for a particular data reason also, because we do not know how much data we are giving to the particular site, and if we're able to distribute that particular data to all the customers surrounding that site. Then we have intra-site handover. Now we already know about the handovers. Handovers means there are particular different types of handovers between the cell, inside the cell, and plus particular BSC to BSC. So we have to be very careful to do each and every handover is possible. Like if I am moving, if I give an example of handover, how exactly it's done is, if I am moving from, if I am in a pedestrian walking, then I'm moving very slowly. So what is happening, I'm into the range of one antenna and I'm walking, passing by from that antenna. And whenever by walking near about 1 kilometers or 2 kilometers, I just catch to another antenna. So what is happening over is my all the data or my signal is being cast by another antenna. So this is called as handover while making a call. Then again, it's very important if I'm moving very fast. If I'm moving in a vehicle of near about 50 to 60 kilometers per hour and I'm covering that distance in few seconds only. So what will be happening, it will be a very fast to drop all my signals to the antenna. So it's very important to do at very constant rate. So this is why it's very important that handover should be looked into the matter of a drive test whenever we are optimizing all this stuff. Then we have the TRX test. Now, what exactly is TRX is? TRX is the trans receivers cards we are actually having in the BTS. Now, we are having that in BTS. Now, what exactly BTS is containing? It's having the TRX cards, and there are 2 TRX cards in one single DRX cards. DRX is dual trans receiver cards. Then what these cards are doing is, actually these cards are responsible for each and every users to make their calls. We studies in the particular textbooks that we allotted a particular time slot for calling from for a particular time period. So actually these are the things which are the time slots. TRX contains 8 time slot at a single time, and similarly one DRX card contains total number of 16 time slots. So it means we are calling, means total number of 16 users can call from a single DRX cards, and in total we have a number of 3 DRX cards inside a particular site. Means you can say a particular particular cell over there. So it means total number of calls from a single antenna which can be made is total is 90 96 calls that can be made from a single antenna, which is in the case of 2G. In 3G, it's increased to 150 calls. So important is that we have to look into all the time slot is are being allotted to the particular user whenever they are calling, and plus they are allotted to that time, that much amount of time period whenever they are using the call at that time. Then we look into the some of the special matters also. We having some of the special days in India like Diwali and some others also where the traffic goes very high. So at that time, what happens is that these TRX cars are actually designed in such a format that in these special occasions, this particular one time slot has been divided into two, where a single user, not only a single user, two users can call from a single time slot. So this is because they do not want any users to get disconnected at that point. They should be just connected for a once and they can call according to. For that only you might have seen at the time of Diwali or Dussehra or some any auspicious day also that you have seen that whenever you are calling there is a lot more disturbance or there are a lot very call drops at that time after a particular time period. So this is due to the factor that these TRX cards are designed for the special occasions. Then we have the ideal drive. Ideal drive means we are not calling at that time. We are just moving our vehicle over there and we're just taking a drive test around the city. So ideal drive test is we are just taking the frequencies over there. We are just taking that these frequencies, how these antennas frequencies are working. Like in planning, you might have seen that Suraj might have explained you that if we are planning for a particular site, we design for a particular antenna and we, for that particular antenna, we define the radius of the frequency around him. So now we in the drive test we'll see that what exactly amount we have decided for a particular antenna to radiate its frequency in this much amount of distance inside a city. Is it producing that much amount of frequency or not? So that's why we do that idle drive. For that we have a normal drive over here. Normal drive exactly means that you're using a car over there and you're just moving around the city for a drive test. In frequency lock drive, what is happening is if we look for antenna, particular antenna, for a particular antenna, what we're doing is it may be producing a particular frequency. We lock that frequency in that software. We lock that frequency. We can take it maybe a 5 hertz maybe a 5 hertz megahertz frequency over there, or 890 megahertz. 890 is locked in the software. What we'll be doing, we'll keep that lock and we start moving around the site and we start moving away from the site also. So we'll look into the matter that exactly this much of amount of all the satellite is being, all the frequency, the distance can be traveled between the antenna and the other people. Then we have the dedicated drive. Dedicated drive means the drive which is dedicated through a call. Means we have to make the call throughout the drive test. We have to look into all these frequencies, all the RX levels, TRX levels, how they are increasing, how they are decreasing, how the handovers being made properly inside a particular antenna or a particular MSC and BSCs. So these parameters are looked into each and every time whenever there is a new site and plus wherever there is a reconstruction of a previous site. So before going to the next slide, I just want to ask you, are you all clear with all these parameters? If anyone have any questions, can you can please ask about any of the parameters shown over here.
Or we can have question answer at the end.
Actually, ज़्यादा नहीं है इसमें तो I just wanted कि वो एक साथ साथ interact करते रहे इसमें.
So yes, from Maharashtra, Bir, we have any questions till now?
Speak your mic.
First, Fight or at Smartha, we have any questions? And Rajkumar Goyal Institute. Mike.
If we are not having any employee, we just move on then. So we are looking at the particular software right now. So these are the particular windows we are using inside the software. Before going on to these windows, I just tell you how exactly and what all equipments are required for a particular drive test. For a particular drive test, we actually use a vehicle over here. We are using a particular vehicle for that. That vehicle is a car over here. It's a special design car, not a simple car we are using over here. In that car, we have a particular equipment inside that car. That equipment, such as you have a battery over here, first of all, to run the laptop over there for a particular time, so that the laptop should not shut down for a particular distance. So we have a car, we have a battery usage over there, we have a laptop which is having a TEMS enabled software in it. The software which I am talking about, TEMS, cost nearly about 5 to 6 lakhs according to the licenses we are renewing from that company. So it's very important to take care of the laptop plus the software we are using. We cannot hand over to a particular unknown person because it's very expensive software you are using inside a telecom domain. So for that, we are using a laptop, a dongle with a license key of a laptop, which is already every time it's being placed inside plus a security bag over there with the insignia for the drive test. Then we have a couple of devices such as GPS over there. Then we have the dongle, the internet dongle over there. Then we have a particular special type of phone. You can say a cell phone for the drive test, because we cannot use a normal phone for a calling features, because we cannot record all that which is happening in here. So for that we have a special type of phones which costs near about you can say 50 to 60,000 rupees. It is not you can say Apple iPhone or a very expensive iPhones. It's actually the Sony Ericsson's phone, because TEMS belongs to Sony. So they have designed particular sets for that, and they are having particular software inside the sets also. So I have an example for that. So I have a cell phone over here.
सर आप अपना स्क्रीन से माइक ऑन कीजिए। नहीं सर, आप स्क्रीन पर देखिए रेड शो कर रहा है स्क्रीन पर माइक।
Okay, so we can see over here is a small Walkman phone over here from Sony Ericsson. So it's again a normal phone we are using. We might have seen inside a few ages back. So this is a kind of a phone we are using for drive test. Maybe a different models in the touchscreen also. This is a phone which are having the TEMS software inside. If I just show you the whole set, it's a normal set we are using for calling over here. The internet facility is over here, and we can use for the calling also. Whenever we are just switching down, it shows you the TEMS over here. It's actually a TEMS enabled phone. That's why it's cost near about you 50 or 60,000 rupees. If it's not having that kind of a software in it, it will be nearly cost about 2,000 rupees only these days. But at that time, it was near about 10,000 to 12,000 rupees. So this is a phone which we use for the drive test. Maybe it can be a different models also. Here we can see it's a TEMS enabled mobile phone we are using over here. So for that, I have not inserted a SIM inside. So for that, if I have to insert my particular operator SIM inside. I have to just start calling it, or you can say I can just start using the internet. What we'll be doing, I will be connecting it with the data cable over here. It's a sort of a data cable we are using for connecting the mobile to a laptop. So the laptop having the TEMS software and the mobile having the TEMS software are connected to each other. So whenever I'm switching powering on the TEMS software inside the laptop, I will be connecting this device. I'll choose a particular device over there in the software and start calling from this. And whenever I will be start calling from a particular device from there, what will be happening is we'll start getting parameters inside that windows that I'm going to show you now. So for the particular for 2G, 3G, 4G, there are different kinds of parameters we are using for different kinds of technologies. So this is one of the parameters I'm going to show you, and we go through why these all parameters are required for a particular drive test. Before going on to the parameters side also, I just want to tell you that our cell, you can say our antennas, or you can say our tower, which is producing the RF frequency all around, it's actually been divided into three parts, which is called as sectors. So again, sectors are defined with different frequencies. So it's very important if we are having any problem while doing the track test, we got to know that sector 2 is having any problem, or 3. That will be telling to an optimized engineer. What will be he doing is going back to the site. He will be confused with that 3 antennas, that which one is the sector 2 site. So for that, to understand that which exactly is the site which is called as sector 2, he will be using this equipment, which we call as magnetic compass. So this is a sort of equipment we're using to see the antennas and to find the sectors from it. So how exactly it works is that whenever engineers go to a site, he have to face back it to the antenna side. So what he will be doing, he face to the north side. He'll just make that rotate to the north, as you can see over here. I'll just make it. We have to take it at the right point. We have to take the end point over here. So it will be taken to the north, and then he will intersect the antenna or the tower at this particular point. If you say there is a crack in the mirror over here, it's actually not a crack, it's been built like this. We have to intersect the antenna over here, the engineer. Then what will be happening, whenever he will be intersecting, he'll get a particular point over here, according to this line only. So whenever he getting that particular angle over here, for that angle, he can judge that it is a 2 sector, 3rd sector, or the 4th sector. If he's getting an angle between 0 to 120 degree, it means it's a first sector. If it's getting an angle of 120 to 240 degrees, it means it's having an angle of it's having a sector 2. And then if it's going from beyond 240 to 360, then you will be getting a sector 3 over here. So this is how they are getting the sectors. They are not actually colored with different colors to just look for the particular antenna for a particular sector. So this is how the engineers find the sectors in the telecom domain. So for further on, I'll just show you the slides for it. So this is the first window we are using inside the TEM software over here. So it's actually showing you the window with those some of the basic parameters which are handled by the cell phone through a cell, between a cell. So first of all, this is a current channel. Current channel means a cell phone which has been attached to a particular antenna at that particular point. So these are the total parameters which are used, came into use at that time. So first of all, it will be showing you an element and value over here in the particular graph. Then we have a first pointer as an element as a time. Time, it means every time, every call has been recorded, every call has been stored inside an MSC and an BSC. So it's very again important to have a time rotation over there. It's showing you the right time to be connected and disconnected. Then we are having a cell name. Cell name means the cell which we are using or to be connected with. It actually contains a name with it. It's actually not directly a game named like a human beings. It's actually a numeric name given to a particular site over there. So right now we are having it. I have taken an example over here for a dry test. For that we are having a cell name of 50871. It may be different for different operators. It may be similar or different in variables over here. Then we have the CGI. CGI is the most, you can say, important one, where we see the MCC, MNC, LAC, the local area connector, then the CI, channel interference. So it's showing you all the parameters over here that CGI, what exactly the CGI is right now, what according to the practicals they are having. Then cell GPRS support. Then now they are telling that that cell which we are connected to, is it having a GPRS connection with it? Is it, if that is possible for that particular site to give the particular, you can say, GPRS internet connection to the customers. Then we have the band. Now again, which comes to a band. Band stands, you can say a band is a particular defined for particular generations. For 2G, it may be working from 980 to 1800 or 900, 800 or 1800 also. Then we having a 3G which is working at a band of 2100, Then we are having a 4G, which is working on all the bands from 700 to 2700 megahertz. So for that particular point, we have to know that this particular site is for 2G, 3G, or 4G. So we can see over here it's written band 1800. It means it's working for a 2G site. So according from this, we can know that our particular site is dedicated for 2G network, 3G network, or 4G network, and what internet connection will be getting from these particular sites. Then we have BCCH ARFCN. Now ARFCN, again, it's an important thing that we are differentiating the frequency between the antennas. Now these ARFCN very similar to each other. Like if I take the example of if I buy a 5 megahertz frequency, so what we'll be doing is split that particular frequency into 5 parts. That's 0.2, 0.6, 0.4, 0.9, 0.8. So this is how they are I'm producing the ARFCN from a single frequency. So I have to now distribute these frequencies to different types of antennas. I should be very careful while distributing that. I have to be careful that one antenna very close to another one should not be very equal ARFCN to each other. Like this, if I am having one antenna as 0.2 and adjusting to that only, I'm just giving the 0.4. So it will be causing interference inside. So we have to be very careful over there for the ARFCN. Then we have the BSIC, that is 2x3. I'll tell you later what exactly it is. Then the mode is idle. It means I have not started my call yet. I have just connected my devices to that particular site. Means whenever we are just putting our phone at idle mode, what exactly doing is it producing a sort of things that it's sending a measurement reports to that antenna that I'm still awake. Last call was made by this particular this time. I'm using this kind of an internet connection. I require this kind of internet connection in speed, and I'm dedicatedly at an idle mode right now. So this is how this window works. Whenever we switch it on, when we start calling, these parameters start changing with the movement also. Now then we have different more kinds of windows over here present in the TEM software. Now first we talk about the radio parameters. The radio parameters are actually the parameters which changes whenever we start making the calls from one place to another. So first we have the RX level. RX level, we already know what we call as we do not have network inside the mobile. We just say that there is no towers in our mobile right now. So those are called as RX level. So for the goodest strength, we can have up to -60 of RX level. That is the best strength we can get from an antenna, which is very closer to 0. It will be the best strength for a particular antenna. Whenever it goes high, it means we are losing the network. We are losing the network inside over there. Then we having RX quality. It means the quality we are receiving from an antenna, is it okay or excellent or brilliant when we are using a particular user. If it's 0, it means it's all okay over there. It's no problem. Then we having a frame error rate, which means whenever we are using a FER, it means whenever we are moving into a frames, if it's causing any disturbance inside a particular frame. So it's again important to look into then whenever we are calling, there is no disturbance inside a call. For that, we'll be using for FER. We're looking forward for the FER. Then we have the BER, bit error rate. Then again, the bits which are not causing any error due to the call connection or the call disconnecting at a particular time we do not want. So this is why we are having the BER. Then we are having the SQI, signal quality index. Then again, it's very important. It will be 30 to 40 to 60 to 90 also. Whenever it's more than 0, it means again it's losing its strength from the signal strength from the antenna. Then we have C by I. C by I means the interference which is actually happening between the antennas over there. So we have to look all these parameters right now from here to from RX level to MS behavior modified. Some of them will not work in particular generations. Like in 2G, we can see there is no AMR C by I. Then again, MS behavior is modified is not being mentioned in 2G. These are the parameters which are used inside the 3G part. Then we have the C by I. C by I means it is showing that how our slot is being hopped from one place to another and what exactly the ARFCN we are receiving at that point. So in the starting, it's showing that 10.030, it's having the ARFCN as 822. Then we are having 17.80 and that time we are having an ARFCN of 557. So this is how it's exactly tell how we are hopping or making an interference from one cell to another. Then we are having the current channels I showed you previously. Now it's not in the idle mode. As you can see in the previous, it's written idle for the mode, and in this one you can see the mode is dedicated. Now it means we are using a particular cell for particular calls or particular connections we are making through. So first of all, again, there is a time present over there. Then we have the cell name. Then we have the CGI index. Then the cell GPRS supports. Yes, it do support. Then we have the band of 1800. It means it's a 2G technology they are working with. Now BCCS ARFCN allotted to us is 849. Then we have different kinds of again parameters. Now time slot which has been allotted while calling, it has shown that it has given a time parameter as 2 to us, and it will be constantly will be 2 throughout the call whenever we are calling on 2G packs. Then we have a channel type which is TCH, F and FACCH. These are the particular channels are allotted at the time of calling. These are the different procedures for make a call from a one particular cell phone to different. These are the different procedures we have to follow for the channels. Now the channel mode is speech full rate. It means, or the half rate. It means we are using it for a calling purposes right now. So these are the parameters we are using. There is a ciphering algorithm, which is cipher with the algorithm. It is used whenever we are calling from a cell phone. It is actually all the data is manipulated into a form. It is cipher, or you can say it is secured from a package which is called a cipher algorithm for the extra security, so that your data is not lost or cannot be hacked from anyone outside. So this is how they actually go all the time. Then at the last you can see hopping sequence number. So how many times our cell have been hopped from one place to another for a particular time slot or for a particular cells also. So mobile allocation index, it's 1 again offset to 1. Hopping frequencies, it has shown from which particular frequency it means start jumping to different while calling from one place. Now you can see the RX level minus 47 dBm. It means it is the best one. You can have it for a calling. Up till 110 is the best you can call for a particular time period. Then you have a RX quality. It will be best if you are getting into the 0 part, and it will be the worst if you are getting up till 7. Then XQM vary from 20 to 30. If you are near to 20 and 30, it will be very much okay. The color changes actually whenever you are getting a smaller strength of signal. The color changes to yellow. First, it signify that this particular point, at this particular point, it's very difficult. It will be very difficult if it's lower down its value by more. So from green to yellow, then yellow to red, it's start moving like this. So these are the particular thing. Then we have a HSN hopping sequence number. It maybe vary from 0 to 63. It start hoppings. It takes from 63 and it starts repeating itself after 63. Then hopping frequencies. What exactly hopping frequencies we are using? C by I ratio and then C by A ratio. These are the particular parameters which we see into the dedicated mode. Now, if we are using a drive test for a particular GPRS, we are not actually doing for a particular call line right now. We are going for the particular GPRS or the packet services. So for that, we'll look into the current channel again. So now here we are showing the time, the cell name, then the above parameters will remain same. The change will be coming over here. Then mode is changed into packet, and the channel type we are using is PDCH. Now we are not using the call flow diagram over here and the call channels over here. We'll be using a channel which is dedicatedly giving a supply for an internet over here. So this is how exactly the GPRS also works over here. So this is for now for the handover, to look into the handover. Now, as I tell you, that handover is very important to look into, because if it's very frequent, it's also very bad. If it's getting very late, it's also very bad. So we have to be very careful that it's going time by time for a particular person or a customer. So for inter-site handover, we can see over here, we have to open a window known as serving plus neighbors. Means we are opening a window where it's telling how many neighbors we are around with. If a particular site is in between, we are having a surrounding of sites around it. So how we are getting the handover is that first we are not directly giving any antenna or access to it. The antenna will first look into the signal strength of different antennas around us. When it will find suitable a particular antenna with a particular RX level is very best, then he will transfer all our data to that site. So here you can see Here it's showing all the data over here. It's telling us these are the cell names over here, and these are the ARFCN which they are containing, and this is the BSIC, the cell name or the antennas present over there, and this is the RX level we are achieving from that particular site. So it's telling from the site 50872, we are getting to a site of 59582. It means we are moving from this site to this site, and at that time we will be getting an ARFCN of 848, and the RX level will be the best, means the -47. It will be the best for the RX level. So this is how all this being made into the chart. This is how the handover take place inside a TEM software. Now this is the TRX they are actually showing you. TRX means are they the channels are hopping from one TRX to another. If we are into the range of one particular sector, and if we jump to the another sector, so we are jumping from one ARFCN to different. So it's important to see that it's hopping being done to a particular TRX cards. So over here you can see call on TCH frequency. We are calling that they are having a hopping channel, yes, and there are mobile allocation index, it's again 1, and hopping being 11. Then if we are calling on the BCCH frequency, now what is happening over here, the hopping channels are none for the hopping channels, and there is no hopping sequence number also present over there. So it means it's not hopping at BCCH channels. Whenever we are using a traffic channel, it means whenever we are start calling or we are dedicated to the call, then only we are starting with the frequency channels. So I already told you about the idle drive. Idle drive, we just look into the that we do not have to use our cell phone for GPRS or for the calls. We just normally drive the car. The engineer who's having the laptop with it, so he just have to use that laptop, and we just start using that computer, and just remain over there and just look into around the graph over there. So this is how do the idle drive test. Then the dedicated drive test, it means the dedicated drive tests have the capability. We are using that calls, we are connecting calls from one particular point, we are disconnecting the calls to look into all the parameters are working according to the standards set by the particular agencies or the vendors. Then for that again, we if we having any problem over there and it is not which is to be rectified, we call the optimization team over there. We call them, we tell them that these type of standards are being set and these standards are not meeting to our requirements. So you have to come over there and you have to set all the standards over there again, and you have to rectify and optimize the site again. So this is how all the drive test is being done by a particular engineer. Now again, there are different kinds of drive tests. Like we having a benchmark drive test over here. Benchmark means we have set a particular site to a particular benchmark or a particular standard over there. Then our team goes over there and they are not able to find that type of standard which we have designed that site. So what will be happening is we call the drive test, they take the drive test, they set the standards again, they tell the optimization team to set the standards up till this mark. This is called as a benchmark. Then there will be a drive test for the new sites. It's very important to take the drive test for the new sites. Then for the older sites which are working, and then a drive test comes which is done on the daily basis. It's very important because there are many chances of a failure of a site. There are many drops in the alarms also. Plus, we have to look into the matter of call drops also. These days, you might have heard about the news that the Airtel, Vodafone, and Idea companies have to pay a lot of amount of as a, you can say, a punishment, or you can say a particular amount to the government for their particular used amount of call drops in their network. So that it's very important to look into that. We should not create more than 2% of call drops in our network because we will be fined for that. So to make the site more accurate, we have to do the drive test on the daily basis also. Then we have a drive test when we are using a GPRS or a particular cells for a particular network also. Like for Line Zero right now is doing a you can say a 4G drive test right now. What they are looking into is they are moving around the city with a car with an engineer in it. He is using the 4G network and is trying to look into how exactly the speed is achieving by all the networks and plus the users around the city. So if it's getting not up to the mark, he will try to rectify the problem. How exactly that problem can be rectified means adding a more BTS over there, or plus providing a extra gateway over there for the customers, or increase the strength of the antenna. So this is how these drive test engineers work according to their job profile in this. So I'll just show you another one. See a slide. This one, no? This one. Right. Okay, so here I'm showing you the working, the screenshots of the software. So here you can see this is the whole window right now over here present for us. We having a file option over here to save all the material. We have the view factors also. We have the log files. Log files are the actually the files which have already stored all the previous records over here.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please press F5 for last. Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm doing it.
Okay.
So here you can see there is a window, or you can see a window called here as map. So in this map, we are looking onto the roots of the city, and these red parts are the antennas placed around our city. It's actually showing all this part. So so this is all the antennas. So according to that window only, we are opening different kinds of windows over here. So we have WCDMA. This is actually a sort of a drive test done for a 3G network.
Yes.
So this is for the 3G drive test over here. So over here we are using different parameters. I'll tell you these parameters over here what we are using. We having a WCDMA radio parameters over here. It's been changed now. It means TRX power, how much ultra carrier. Then we have to target the SIR, XQI, MOS. Then these are the different parameters in the 2G network now. We are having a WCDMA serving active set. Now the serving set is different for the particular 3G network. We are seeing the red part. It means the red portion is having a problem over here. We have to rectify these problems. We are using a SQI over here, SQI MOS. It's been green. It means it's all fine. So in the routes, you can see the red lines over here. It exactly means that there is a problem in these routes. There, the sites are not up to the mark. Actually, this part is actually for a particular rural area. So where the sites are not working properly. So this was done in the starting of the network, which was not actually started by the vendor. So we were trying to do a drive test for a particular sites, so that we can see how much amount of work to be done on the optimization of these sites. So now here we can see for the 3G parameters, we have the TX powers, meaning the mobile TX power, the power which is being used by the particular mobile. It's been up to -17. It's been the best we can do for the calling also. Then we having a ultra carrier, which is receive signal strength indication. The signal strength we are receiving inside from our antenna to a particular cell phone is -69. It going with yellow, it will be -70 to -50. It will be slightly yellow. Yellow is fine for us, but still we have to rectify it to make it to green. Then the target SIR is the target signal to interference ratio, which is 4.4, which is not much. You can see over here it's 4.4 only. Then the SIR signal to interference ratio is 8.22. Then again we can see the mode is WCDMA, means we are using the WCDMA over here, which stands for the 3G over here. So it means we can use the 3G network as a speech network, or even for the data pack also. So now here we have a WCDMA speech quality. How exactly our speech quality is being done. Here we are not connected with a particular call over here or with the network over here. So that's why we are not receiving any kind of other parameters over here. We're just having a SQL level, which is showing in 30 and 4.0 as our MOS. So it's only the downlink, means we're just getting the uplink, the measurement report to the antenna and back to our mobile phone. So here in the serving active set, when we connected a call, so how this type actually show all the neighbors around us. First we have the AS, which is known as active set or currently serving set. Means whenever we are moving a drive test, we show the AS sign. It means to that particular site we are attached to that cell with our network. Then we have all the ARFCN in 3G. We have UARFCN. U means UMTS or the UTRA. Then it's showing you all the particular points we are receiving from that antennas. Then we have the MN. MN means the major neighbor, or means you can say the defined neighbor, to which we can jump properly, which is getting the maximum strength from other one. Then MN means for. Then we have a DN, that is detecting neighbor. The undefined strong detecting neighbor, which is used, you can say it's hardly having a rough problem inside the network. It's trying to get to the network to the highest speed, but still it's not better than the defined neighbor. So it is kept inside a table in case of an emergency. If we are not getting any channel or any space in the MN type, so it is given to the DN. Now we have the ranges of radio parameters in 3G. The CPICH, which goes signal strength, which goes from 0 to 34 dB. Then some of them are differently maybe unknown to you too also. So these are the kind of ranges should go from the radio parameters. Now parameters for the KPI. Now KPI is the key parameters for key parameter index or the key performance index, which should be kept in mind to complete this type of a KPI. For that particular drive test, we need to complete all our KPIs over there for the optimization team. For that, we have the RSSI, RSCP, FER, MSTX power, SIR, XQE. So these are already defined and known to a particular drive test engineer before moving to a drive test over here. So this is here again show a particular drive test window over here, how exactly they are all moving. If you can see above the modulation technique, over here it's there is an antenna which is shown green over here. It means when we are using a particular software, we are attached to that particular antenna, it will be shown green over there. It will be telling this antenna will be attached, and this is how we start moving. And the right routes you are looking here are the routes which are being traveled, have to be traveled by the particular driver or the particular drive test engineer. So this is how the all the parameters look around in the windows of the TEM software.